Here we go. Where's my... Oh. Okay, I think that's right. Make sure you can see that as well. Splendid. Right, where are we? Oh, hang on. You want a mouse would be helpful. All right. Have something to say hello. I kick off. Thank you for that. Right, let's see where I'm at. Okay, so I think we're going to take this off. I think we're taking that off. That's the takeaway there. Hey Kogami, how you doing? What are we doing today? Well, I'm two things. I need to work out why my BIOS isn't saving sometimes, which I think I might have worked out. The other thing is I'm playing around with undervolting my CPU. Oh, thank you, Miro. Yeah, loads of useful information. You can learn from my mistakes. That's what's going on right now. Don't do what I do. Yeah. So anyway, undervolting CPU, and I was playing around with load line calibration as well. And that seems to be better on auto. It's definitely the beta BIOS. This new BIOS here is definitely better. So the publicly available one is 1A2, and you have to contact MSI support in order to get the 1A3 version. And it is they've definitely helped, but much better VF curves, voltage frequency curves, much better ones of those. The range, I mean, before the previous BIOS, you'd see ranges from about 1 volt up to about 1.7 volts. The CPU is just, whoa, all over the place. Now, the voltage is typically between 1.35 and 1.45-ish. So it's much tighter and there's much less kind of variation going up and down. So that's a lot better. So yeah, definitely an improvement. But as I say, I still need to work out why sometimes my BIOS saves and sometimes it doesn't. And I think I found a reason for that. I've been playing around with load line calibration this morning. So I'll switch, have a look at this. I don't know whether you can see this. There we go. So I was playing around with this morning with different undervolts as well. But then I started playing around with load line calibration and it seems to be flipped. So my old PC with a 9900KF CPU, that basically auto was like mode 3 and then mode 4 was more, let me show you. It's easier than trying to explain it with my hands. So yeah, you can, oh, hang on. Gaming PC, there we go. I don't want that, go away with that. I need load line calibration, please. Here we go. So I hover over that. So if you look on the right there, so with my old PC, I think I used to set mode 4, and that would stop the vCore voltage droop. That would be really, really stable. Now I think Intel have implemented it the other way around, and you start, instead of kind of starting from the top and working your way down, you start from the bottom and work your way up with the modes, which is just insane. Hey Bill. So yeah, you have to start at 8 and then go to 7 and then go to 6 and then go to 5 and then go upwards. So previously you'd start on the higher ones, which would be more conservative, and then go down. Now it's flipped the other way for this CPU. So yeah, I've been playing around with those, and as I say, where's my desktop? There we go. So yeah, so you can see at the top no undervolt at all. You can see what the with no auto load line calibration, and you can see the difference between the idle voltage and the loaded voltage, and then you can see the Cinebench score, and you can see what temperatures it got up to. Did the booting issue get fixed or not? So, hey Fireball, so I think I might be onto something. So I'm going to test it in a minute, but I think what is happening is my boot manager, because you know when you reboot, if you kind of, sometimes it's really difficult, you've got a very small, like a second or two window to press your F2 or delete key to get into the BIOS, yeah? Sometimes I miss that, and then it goes into my boot manager, and then you can actually press escape from the boot manager and get into the BIOS. And I think that route to the BIOS is when it doesn't save it. I think that's what's been happening. Okay, so if I can catch the window of pressing delete, holding delete as the computer's restarting, it's just so long. It's like 2-3 minutes of holding delete. It's really annoying. So often I miss it. But if I can catch it, I think that then it always saves. I think it's the route it takes to get into the BIOS. If I go via the boot manager and then press escape and then get into the BIOS, I think that is when it doesn't save. So I think that's it. I need to practice with that a little bit more to see if that's the case. But in the meantime, I've been playing around with the undervolting and the load line calibration. New lighting? No, I just haven't switched my SAD lamp on over in the side. So it's daylight plus my face lamp. So I don't look quite as ghosted as I normally do. But I think it's that huge light. I've got a SAD lamp over there, which is insanely bright, with really white light, and I think that's what kind of bleaches me. Anyway. So yeah, as I say, I've just been playing around with the undervolts and the load line calibration, and it seems that the best results at the moment is if I undervolt it only to 0.05. If I use auto load line calibration with 0.06, Cinebench crashes, as you can see from that chart, about halfway down, line 6, row 6. So I don't think, but the other thing is the other type of calibration I'm using. I don't know whether I should be using offset mode or adaptive plus offset mode. Adaptive is more kind of power saving and tries to keep the voltage lower, but offset mode is kind of auto with the offset that I'm setting, if you see what I'm saying. So it's kind of just taking it down by 50 millivolts. And 0.5 is meant to be literally any Intel chip can handle 0.5. That's the safe amount. If you go to 0.75 or 100 millivolts or higher, then it's typically a grey area, and you might get crashes. But 50 millivolts is meant to be the safe value here. So yeah, I don't know. I was running adaptive plus offset mode for a while, and I was running 125 millivolts quite stably. Stably, is that a word? Have I just made that up? Yeah, stable. So I'm just going with offset mode at the moment because I don't know what MSI have done with this BIOS to change the VF curve so that it's more stable. But whatever they've done, it is more stable, and that's the auto one. So I'm not sure I kind of want to use adaptive in case they haven't made those corrective changes to adaptive as well. And then you've got the V-point stuff too. So I don't know. At the moment, I'm just going with offset mode and just seeing if I can get it stable. But I ran a load of stability tests this morning. I ran OCCT on for an hour on CPU stress test, passed. An hour on power stress test, passed. And an hour on memory stress test, passed. And I've also on the memory, I've run TM5 Extreme for 2 hours, and that passed as well. So everything's kind of passing at the moment with what I had. So I'm now kind of experimenting to see if I can make it a tiny bit better. So this is new today, the 0.5 offset, the undervolting. But I'm surprised it hasn't, I'm surprised the undervolt, wait, I'm surprised the undervolt when I went from no undervolt at the top there down to 0.05. Look at the temperature difference. That's what I didn't quite get. See, that took that down, and that took that down, but why didn't the temperature come down as well? Got a way better score. It looks like 8 is actually auto, to be honest, which is the very bottom one. It looks like that is actually auto. They're identical pretty much, so that's what it's using for auto now, for a load line calibration. But yeah, so I think I'm going to keep with the 0.05, 50 millivolts undervolt, and probably just leave load line calibration alone. See what you guys are saying. I think you should mess up with, sorry, I'm assuming, what's up?
I've quoted something from there, but if you can check about that.
Okay, sure. I think you should mess up with the IAAC, IADC load line and not the general load line. Mess up. I'm not sure what you mean, Kagami. Because the CPU crashes when it doesn't have enough voltage on the high boost cores. At the moment, I've taken off the boosts, the big boosts, the 6.2, because if you disable C states, which I was again playing with, I need to change that before. I've disabled C states today, so you don't get that. Stops the ability for going up to 6.2 gigahertz. It just stays at 5.9 all the time. But it's been really stable. So you think I should leave? So I think I'm going to leave this at the offset, but the load line calibration, I think I'm going to leave. What's that flying around my face? As auto, to be honest. I think I'm just going to. Oh, no, I'm not showing you again, am I? I think I'm just going to leave it as auto because 8 seems the same as auto, and that seems to be getting the best results at the moment. So I think I'm just going to leave that as auto. The only other place I can, where is it? Advanced CPU. There we go. In here, so today I've turned off C states basically. I was going to test before and after. I still need to do that. But yeah, I've got my power limits here and here, which are within Intel spec for this processor, and I've got the current limit, 400 amps for this spec for this processor. So they're in spec. They're in Intel spec for the KS. If you were running a K or a KF, this would need to be 253, and this would need to be 253. But you can still have 400 here. But this, I don't know whether this is what you're talking about here, Kagami. I was running the Intel defaults here, but in the previous BIOS version, but since this new BIOS version, I've just been using normal. So I don't know about that at the moment, but it's been working, and I've load tested it and stress tested it, and so that's been fine. So I've just kind of wanted to leave everything alone. Yeah, this is the trouble, translating different things between the ASUS boards and MSI boards is not particularly straightforward. So okay, so I think I'm happy with that. So undervolting 50 millivolts, which is kind of small, but it looks like they've tightened everything on here anyway, just to make it stable for the BIOS. So it's still only like 10 days ago, 10 days new, this BIOS. And then, so what I wanted to do next, I wanted to check whether Intel C states, what bigger difference that makes. So right now we're going to do an F10. Let's see if it saves. So low load calibration, we're going to onto auto. So this is the first thing I want to do. So let's see if we found the reason for it not saving the BIOS changes. Fingers crossed. I don't know if Zeppo's watching yet, but here you go, Zeppo, just for you. I like to talk to Zeppo. See, if I go into it now, see, this is what I was talking about. If I press escape, I can get into BIOS via here, but it's kind of further down the path, if you see what I mean. You normally have the BIOS, then the Windows Boot Manager, then Windows, and I'm kind of going Windows Boot Manager back to BIOS, and then it's not saving. So maybe that's it. Oh no. I cried, didn't I? Alright, let's turn this off for a minute. Alright. So what do we got on at the moment? Let's have a look on one of those. The other thing is, this is still, watch this. Look how long it takes to do initialize kernel driver. It takes ages. It's okay after the computer's been running for a minute or two. It'll go straight through. But after the computer starts, that is waiting for something, and I don't know what it's waiting on. All right. So you can see here that this is where I'm kind of measuring temperatures, the changes in the V-core for the voltages. You can see down here, where is it? Hang on. You can see the offset. See the offset? I've set the 50 millivolts. See the offset. Yeah. So this should be the best score at the moment. So it should be over 41,000. This is a really good score. A really, really good score. This is with C states off. So what I might do is I might write down what the latency is for latency mon as well, just to compare C states on and off to. So I mean, I'm nearly 42,000 there. I mean, that's huge. What did I have? What did I have before? Yeah, well, nearly 42. We've actually gone down a bit. Okay. So we're around 42,000. And what's this doing? This is so we're looking at peak temperature there was 86.5, that's fine. And V-core 1.43 down to 1.23. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly where we had it. Okay, that's reproducible, and that scores within a margin of error of what we had it before. So yeah, that's pretty consistent. All right, so I think we do need to run a big stability test on undervolting at 50 milliamps, but 50 millivolts, but it should be fine. Should be fine. That should be well within safety margins. Very conservative. This, very, very conservative. Yeah, I was going to have a look at the performance difference with C states on and off, wasn't I? All right, so let's have a look at latency mon. I'll write these down. Let me write these down. So we want 2 point. Bear in mind these numbers aren't great because number one, I'm running 16 E-cores and it's averaging across those 16 E-cores, which are all slower. And number two, I'm running hyper-threading, so it's average that which is slower again. So those, if I was to turn off E-cores, hyper-threading, and C states, then this would be about 1.5, 0.4 for here and here. So it'd be much, much, much lower. But that doesn't mean it's lower latency in, oh, you can't see again. Hang on. Or can you see again? Yes, you can. Doesn't mean it's lower latency in game. That's just because the game will only use the P-cores. So I won't even be using the E-cores. So the E-cores kind of cloud the situation in latency mon because latency mon is measuring it across all of them. And your game will only be running on the P-cores. So that latency will be different than averaging it across the P-cores plus the E-cores. As I say, I've got 16 E-cores. So these numbers are a lot higher than they would be comparing if you had your E-cores all off, your hyper-threading off, your C states off. So they're a lot higher. But as I say, I did some testing in game last night, and in Fortnite at 360 FPS, this new computer, end to end, from clicking your mouse to seeing it on screen, was taking 7.1 milliseconds, which is really, really, really good. My old PC was about 8.3 was the best I ever saw. So the new PC is about 7.1, so that's really good. I heard you should lock the P cores because that will be stable. Well, if you want to do that and only get 5.7, that's up to you, but I'm running 5.9 and stable, so I don't know. If you want to go and have much, much slower cores, go for it. But I'm not going to do that because I've paid for 5.9. I mean, 5.7 is basically turning a KS into a K or a KF. And I paid like £300 more for a KS, so I get the better performance. So yeah, if the internet, if YouTube is telling people to basically turn your KS into a KF and then it'll be stable, then yeah, of course it'll be stable, but that's not what you paid for, was it? Anyway. So my aim here is to get my KS stable at the speeds that I've paid for. That's what I'm going for. Anyway, so this, yeah, so latency on what? 2.2 and 0.9. So let's write that down over here. Hang on. So C states off. What did I say? 2.2 and, well, 2.23 and 0.91 DPC. Oh wait, proc DPC. All right, I'm just making another little table. Let's just go over here and do that. So now we're going to do C states on and then see what the difference is, and plus the performance. And we'll see what the Cinebench is. That was about 4,000. What was the score? I can't even remember now. It's just under 4,200, wasn't it? 42,000. Like that. Right. Sorry, so that you can see what I'm doing here. Sorry, I was just putting that little table together. So we'll do the same test now, but we'll do C states on. Yeah. So we'll do another Cinebench, and we'll test the relative latency. But again, this doesn't necessarily mean it will translate to a reduction or a increase in latency in game, because again, we're measuring this across a load of E-cores and a load of hyperthreading, and so anyway, right. So let's go ahead and fix that. I need to put this on, don't I? And I need to show you what I'm doing. Here we go, switch back to me. Hello, me. All right, so let's reboot and turn C states back on again. So every time at the moment, I'm basically just going to press and hold delete right now. I've turned off memory training for each time, so it should be a little bit quicker at starting up as well. And I've put fast boot on. Not in the MSI fast boot, you don't want to do that because then it will disable your keyboard while you're trying to boot up. But normal the fast boot, so it should be a bit quicker. So I'm pressing and holding delete the whole time now, and we've gone straight into the BIOS. So whether or not it'll save, that might be the thing. If it's saving every time, then I've figured out the problem. Right, let's go and turn back on C states. So enabling C states here, let's just put auto on. That will then allow me to go do the 5.9 to 6.2 boosts occasionally, the kind of overboost that Intel's bragging about basically. By disabling the C states here, it just always stays on 5.9. So I kind of want this on, but I don't want the latency that comes with it. You see what I'm saying? It's going to have worse latency, but I kind of still want that 6.2 boost. But I've never actually seen in Fortnite it actually boost to 6.2. So it only seems to do that when it's kind of idle from what I've seen. So I don't know. Anyway, this is the only change we're making. Press F10 to save and exit. And okay, so we've got that back on again. Sorry, Kagami, let me read up your stuff. You set the light load to advanced and then set AC to 70 and DC to 90. Oh, okay. That's the Intel defaults. Well, there is an Intel defaults option. And that's what I was running on the previous BIOS, and that did help stability. If I didn't run that, on the previous BIOS, I was clicking start on Cinebench, and Cinebench was crashing. By changing it to from normal to Intel defaults for that, it was then running fine. So on the previous BIOS, that was a stability change. On this new BIOS, I've left it at normal, and I've still got the stability. So I'm not sure I need to, or maybe normal now, they've actually matched the Intel defaults. I don't know. Without being an MSI employee, it's difficult to know what they've done, because they don't tell you. They just send you a new BIOS and go, try this. No documentation, no notes, no nothing. Yeah, it's different for each pod, so it's not really Intel defaults. Yeah. Mr. Biscuit, how are we doing today? Right, so what were we just done? Oh, we were having a look at latency mon, weren't we? We've just put C states back on again. So latency mon numbers should be worse now, because we've got C states going on. Excuse me. So what are we going to get for latency mon now? But again, it doesn't necessarily translate to worse latency in game. What's it going to stabilize to? 2.3 and 0.7 at the moment. Have a look, have a look, have a look. Coming down. What did we have before? Let me switch to this again. What did we have before? 2.23, so we've definitely gone up. Well, that's interesting. The DPC latency's come down. What? Why has the DPC latency come down? Okay, somebody explain to me that. How is the process latency? So we're basically, hang on, let me type this in. We're on 2.33, nope, and 0.76 now by putting the C states on. Ah, maybe it's the boosts. Maybe because we're getting that 6.2 boosts occasionally, that's dropping that. But then why isn't it dropping that one as well? Why would that one go up and that one go down? They normally can't go up and down together, so that's a weird one. Hang on. Let me switch screens so you can see what's going on again. Back on again. That's a weird one. Why have they done that? Okay, let's have a look at what the Cinebench score is. Do I get more or less with the Cinebench? What's that? $42,018. So pretty much the same score as we had before. Maybe no, yeah, a little bit more even. I don't know. Well, it's a margin of error at this point, isn't it? 0.18. Yeah, I mean that's pretty consistent. Let me share that screen again with you. So with C states on, we're getting 42,018, which is pretty much exactly the same as, yeah, it's consistent. So that's pretty consistent. That's the Intel defaults setting, so that's why you should try to set it manually. Okay. Well, Kagami, if it's not crashing and it's stable, then I'm happy, to be honest. And that at the moment set to normal is stable. I haven't had any kind of crashes with it like that, with it set to normal, especially in, I mean, if I can run 30-minute Cinebench, or I can run a P95, a Prime 95, or I can run an OCCT for an hour, for a couple of hours, then that's stable as it was. I think we're kind of, I'd rather do the minimum number of changes. So if I recommend something to somebody else, then I'd rather be recommending defaults unless it really helps. And if it's fine, I don't really want to mess with it. Make sense? All right, so what's next? What's next? Now, let me see if Jacob said. Jacob says he's not allowed to watch. I might have learned something. Customer explaining something live. I'll send you the link later. Right, okay. So at this point, what do I want to do? We need to figure out why the BIOS isn't saving. So let's do that. Let's do that. So restart. We'll make one change to the BIOS. I don't know what it's going to be. I haven't decided yet. Anything, and then but we're going to go into the BIOS via the bootloader method. So remember, it's normally BIOS, then Windows bootloader, boot manager, then Windows in 1, 2, 3, right? And sometimes I missed it, so I'm deliberately going to missed it. See, it went straight to the bootloader. So now if I press escape, I can get into the BIOS, and I suspect this is what is causing the problem saving a change. Did you memory overclock yet? No, I did not. No, I'm running XMP at the moment. I'm trying to stabilize my CPU at the moment, checking. 48 nanoseconds. 48 nanoseconds? Where are you getting that from? I think I'm running about 58 at the moment with this XMP. I measure in ADA64. So let's see if we can make one change and then see if it persists. So we're going to leave this now. I think I'm okay with that. I don't know whether I should try the adaptive plus offset. I don't really want to do power saving. I just want whatever they've got, take away 50 millivolts. So I think that's pretty conservative and pretty safe. I'll run that through something later on. If you're getting 48 nanoseconds on DDR5, that's very impressive. You're managing that. 50s, mid-50s would be very good. 48, how do you even do that? 48 on DDR5. You've got to be running a ridiculously low frequency. All right. So what do we say? We need to change something, don't we, here? And then I did play around with this a little bit, but I'm not gonna go there again. It did cause a crash, so it was getting better performance me doing this one. Basically upping the boost clock to 6.3 instead of 6.2. And this is a new feature with this new BIOS. But I was getting some crashes, and it wasn't just Fortnite crashes, it was like power down crashes, straight power down. So I don't think I'm going to do that. I think I'm just going to leave it on default and let it handle itself. I mean, I'm getting really good numbers. 42,000 in Cinebench is a really good number. And in game, in Cinebench on that test, I'm hitting what, 86 degrees centigrade? So that's a really good temperature as well. So I'm not getting really any temperature throttling. And in game, I'm seeing 50s, 50 degrees centigrade. So That's really good. I'm really happy with that. So I don't think I need to go more unstable, to be honest. Anyway, where are we going? 8. Yeah, I'm never going to get to 8,200 on a four slot memory motherboard. It's never going to happen. The fact that I'm running 7,200 on a 4 slot motherboard is quite miraculous already. So unfortunately, CyberPower didn't have any 2 slot motherboards available, so I wasn't able to choose one of those. I wish I could have got the Apex Encore. I wish I could have got that, because then I could really be pushing this. But 4 slot on an MSI Ace, not going to happen. I'm not having any stability issues right now, so I'm not trying to fix anything. One thing I am trying to fix is in the BIOS at the moment, sometimes I press F10 to save and exit and it doesn't actually save the changes. And I think I figured out why that is. I think if I go via the boot manager and press escape to get to the BIOS, then it doesn't save the changes that I make in the BIOS. But if I use delete and get to the BIOS before it gets to the boot manager, then it's saving it. I think that's the reason. If that is, that's great. That means there's nothing wrong with the motherboard, and there's nothing wrong with the CPU, and there's nothing wrong with the memory, and there's nothing wrong with the CMOS battery. So I think that's the answer. Best 4 DIMM motherboards do max 7678, yeah. Yeah, so I think I managed to get 7.8 at one point, but I don't think it was particularly stable. How long did I run? I think I managed to run TM5 or Extreme on 7,800. I think it crashed after about 25 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, this is a very weird issue. MSI don't have an answer to it. CyberPower didn't have an answer to it. It's very weird. So I thought it could be, I was going to change out the CMOS battery, but the problem with that is it's actually physically behind the kind of motherboard block on the left. And so you have to kind of take the motherboard out, take it apart, and then the battery is actually encased in like a plastic black casing with cables that connect straight to something else. And there's no way, it's not like the easy pop-out one I've got in my old computer where you just move the GPU a bit, unseat it, get to the battery, pop it out, and put in a new one, and then you're good to go. None of that. It's like completely have to take the computer apart for this motherboard. It's a nightmare. So I couldn't change the CMOS battery. I couldn't rule that out. So I'm hoping this is the solution. So we're going to change one thing and see if it saves or not. Okay. What are we going to change? I want to change something that's not really going to affect anything. What can I change that's not going to affect anything? So I'm still to do the memory overclocking. I will do that at some point. But I just today wanted to do a little bit of undervolting on the CPU. Seems 0.06, 60 millivolts is too much, which is a bit weird. But again, this is a much more tightened VF curve for this beta BIOS. So I don't know. I don't know. If it works and it's better, I'm just going to stick with it at this point. I'm grateful for anything I can get. As I say, the scores are really good. The temperatures are really good. So disable fast boot. Yeah. So you've got memory fast boot. I put it on at the moment because it was just taking so long to reboot. So I'm not changing any. When I start changing memory settings, I'll put that back on again. I'll put that to disabled, and then it will train every time. And the other thing is, with the other boot was the fast boot. I've disabled that at the moment as well. So it's basically checking all the hardware every time it boots up. So normally I'd have that enabled. But I was having the save problem anyway, not saving with the fast boot disabled before. So I'm wondering whether it is this thing. Right, let's disable go to BIOS. Let's do that. That's a nice easy thing to disable or enable. and I'll disable the full screen logo. Then that way, that's a good one actually. That way we'll know whether it's disabled or not, because we won't see the MSI logo when we start up. We'll see the Windows logo. Yeah. So we'll know. So if I press F10 now, you can see I've just done both of those. So are we going to get the MSI logo or are we going to get the Windows logo? If we get the Windows logo, it has saved. If we get the MSI logo, the save did not work. And I'm wondering whether it's because I've gone through the Windows Boot Manager to get to the BIOS as opposed to just going straight to the BIOS. You see that? So it did not save because we just saw the MSI logo. So that did not save. So if we go back in there now with the escape route and we have a look at the boot things, that's still 2 enabled. Yeah, so it did not save. So this is the problem I was having. But I think what fixes it is if you don't go via the Windows Boot Manager and you actually catch the BIOS before it gets to there. I wish you could increase how long it takes to hold for the delete key. So I'm gonna change this again. Yeah, I'm going to do this again. And this time we're going to reboot, so F10. So we're going to try and save it again. But this time, instead of it going through, I'm now going to hold delete. So when it gets to the bit where we get to the BIOS, do you want to enter the BIOS? It goes straight into the BIOS bit and then doesn't go to the Windows Boot Manager, which then I can press escape to get to the BIOS. So I'm going to catch it before it gets to the Windows Boot Manager now by holding delete. So we know it didn't work. You see that? It did not work. But now if we change it, because I was holding delete, I think it will save this time. So we know this is, we know that didn't save. But now because I got to this via going straight with delete and not escape, I think it will work this time. Right, I'm going to touch anything now. Let's let it boot up. See if we get a Windows logo or a MSI logo. If we get the Windows logo, then I've solved it. Yep, I've solved it. That's what it is. If I go into the BIOS via the Windows Boot Manager, by pressing escape, it will not save BIOS changes. But if I go into the BIOS pressing delete before it gets to this, then it will save BIOS changes. I've figured it out. Thank God for that. I don't want this. I'm going to put this back off again. But thank God, I think we've figured it out. No, save and not F10. It makes no difference whether you manually save or not. So I figured it out, finally. Have to go into the BIOS with the delete key and not via Windows Boot Manager then pressing escape. If you do that route, it won't save any of the BIOS changes. That's what the answer is. All right, I want to turn it off just because I don't want that. I don't want that Windows logo coming up. But that was a good test. That was a good test to do it. So thank God for that. So this time I'm literally just going to press and hold delete. Just going to sit here pressing delete. So if you don't have dual boot, you won't have this problem. Exactly. If you don't have dual boot, you'd never know that you can get to the BIOS by pressing the escape key from the dual boot menu. And I only do that if I've missed the window to get straight into the BIOS. This is why everybody's confused as to why this is happening. It's because of the dual boot. All right, so we're going to save this now. Full screen logo enabled. We'll leave go to BIOS off. So now if I save F10, it should just work. We should get the MSI logo up now and it should have saved. Okay, thank God for that. That was driving me nuts. Yep, we got the MSI logo up, and we don't have that stretched. So we fixed it. Hooray! I was really worried I was going to have to take everything apart and get to that CMOS battery. I really was. Very concerned, Ed. Win. Excellent. Mr. Zeppo, we fixed the BIOS not saving issue. We were cheating, and it was breaking it. It should have been, the order should be number 1 BIOS, then number 2 Windows bootloader, then number 3 Windows. Should go in that order, right? And what I was doing when it wasn't saving, I was missing the window to go into the BIOS by pressing delete. I was just too late, and then it was going into the Windows boot manager, the middle one. But then I knew that I could get to the BIOS by pressing escape. So I could kind of go back, but then any changes I was making in the BIOS and pressing F10 were not saving because I cheated and gone too far and then come back again. And then when it was rebooting, maybe it was skipping something. So now I know that if I want the BIOS changes to persist, the only way I should be going into the BIOS is by getting into that first step window of holding delete and going in straight to delete. What you on with at the minute? What do you mean what you on with? Hey Paul, by the way, how you doing, mate? What you on with at the minute? What do you mean, what settings am I on with? Very fast ones. Still talking about BIOS. So today I've basically undervolted by 50 milliamps. It's the only change I've made, and I still don't understand this. This is still confusing me. So this is what I've tested today, right? So I've tested various undervolts. I've tested various load line calibrations. I've noted down what the idle and load V-core voltages are. And I've listed out what the Cinebench scores are for each one and what the max temps were when I ran the Cinebench, right? So I noted that when I went to 60 millivolts underneath, it was crashing Cinebench. So I can't go that far, but I can then stabilize it if I went to a lower load line calibration mode. But the temperatures and the scores got worse, look, way worse. So I've gone back to 50 millivolt undervolt at the moment. Yesterday I was running no undervolt at all, so it's new. So right now I am running 50, so the third line here, 50 millivolts underneath. I'm leaving load line calibration to auto because that seems the same as mode 8, and 7 seems to make the temperatures go up quite a lot, 10 degrees. So I'm not, 8's is the maximum mode, so I reckon auto's using 8 already. Yeah, so my Cinebench score, as you can see right now, is 42,127. My head's out of the way. There we go. Down here, 42,000, which is huge. Huge score. And the temperatures are all fine, as I say. I mean, if I ran this again with hardware info, hardware info. Run this again. And have a look. Watch the temperatures here. So down here. Where is it? What have we done with that? That's the dim stuff. Voltage offset. So you can see I'm running 50 millivolts voltage offset, which is what we've set in the BIOS. And yeah, keep an eye on the temperatures, yeah? So I'll reset everything. Keep an eye on the temperatures as well. Run that again. It will be a bit lower score this time because we're now running hardware info, and every time you run a monitoring tool, then that's going to reduce the score. That's going to reduce your performance. The more monitoring you do, reduces your performance. that is a huge score, 41. So it's only gone down a little bit. Look, 41,894. Look at the temperatures, 86. There's no thermal throttling. So that's really, really good. And the V core, look, it's going from the lowest it got to was 1.234 there. So at the moment on idle, it's on 1.298 and 1.37. It's going up and down a little bit, but then it's dropping down to 1.234. That's the lowest. But as I say, I've tried changing the load line calibration and it's just made it worse. So I've left that on auto. If I was fixing these cores where is it? If I was actually fixing these cores to 5 lower, then yeah, I'd be more worried about load line calibration. But as they're going up and down a lot anyway, I'm just thinking of leaving it on auto. But look, they're not really downclocking very much. 5.6, 5.7, that's really good. It's hardly downclocking at all for these. That's really, really good. So as long as this is stable, that's probably as good as it's going to get. Probably as good as it's going to get. You should also run a single core test. What the maximum voltage? Okay, let's run a single core test then. Did I reset the thingy, sir? So yeah, it's drooping, but it seems to be going up and down anyway, just because I'm not fixing it. I'd worry more about the droop if I was fixing the voltages, but I'm not doing that. I'm leaving them all auto and letting them go up and down. You got a Threadripper Pro, gets 100,000. Nice. Very nice. What's that? The Threadripper 2990WX there gets what, 30,000? Yeah, you want it drooping. Yeah, you don't want it going above. You want it going down, not up, definitely. But you don't want the massive droop. I mean, stock with the old BIOS, this was fluctuating this CPU between 1 volt and 1.7 volts. It's insane. Insane. Now it's mostly fluctuating between about 1.35 and 1.45. With this new BIOS. Yeah, temps are really good. I mean, in game last night, I was mostly seeing kind of mid-50s, 56-ish for most of the game. That's really good. Really good. So I was happy with that. Changed my fans to use fan control software instead of the L-Connect software. That seems to be a bit more robust and not making so many DPC requests and bloatware, and yeah, so I like fan control again. I'm a fan. I still don't understand this. Can anyone explain this to me? So the C state's on and off, right? I understand why the C state's on, the process latency went from 2.23 to 2.33. I understand that. Why did the DPC get better with the C states on? Is that... Why did one get worse and one get better? I don't understand that at all. Yes, Plov, 100,000 is very good. Most a K and a KF, a 14900K and KF probably will be hitting between 37, 38,000. Maybe get it up to 40,000 with a bit of overclocking. But a clearly hitting 42,000. Better management. But then they normally come up and down together, is my point. They normally go up and down together. So if the processor latency goes down, then the DPC latency goes down. One doesn't go up, one doesn't go down. So I've never seen that before. Never seen that before. I'm obviously going to run the C states on because you're now getting that 6.2 megabytes improvement boosts occasionally. So I'm going to run C states on. As I say, I'd rather just leave as much default as I possibly can. And at the moment, I've got all the E cores on, I've got all the hyper-threading on, and I've got all the C states on. And with that, last night, I was in-game getting 7.1 milliseconds latency end-to-end. Does the CPU test affect the latency test? How do you mean? Yeah, so the faster your CPU is, the lower your latency is going to be. That's why typically Intel have better latency and better FPS lows than AMD do, because AMD run a lower frequency. Where they catch up, AMD catches up by having the L3 cache glued to the side, physically glued to the side of the processor, so it has a very small distance to go to do all the communication. Whereas the Intel one doesn't have as much L3 cache, although the next Intel one's meant to have a load of L2 cache, which is even faster than L3 cache, to kind of even the playing field. But anyway, so yeah, but at the moment, the CPU is having to go all that distance the way over to where the RAM is and communicate between there and there. Right, so that was my single score, 2,326. I don't know what my Hemp's got up to there. 64. Yay. That was a bit bored, wasn't it? Yeah, so it boosts up to 6.2 now with, look, if you look up here, P-Core 2 and 3 should occasionally go up to 62. They peak up to 62 occasionally. So if we sit here and wait long enough, something will 3 will peak up to 62 as well. That's default. These are default frequencies. I'm not overclocking at all here. The KS runs at 5.9 and boosts up to 6.2. So yeah, it could be why I'm getting a lower DPC, absolutely, because it's doing that. But then why isn't the process latency lower as well? That's why I don't understand. Surely both would improve, not just one improve and one get worse. That doesn't make sense. Anyway, I digress. Okay, what else we got? So I'd like to do a little bit of memory overclocking, but I'm a bit nervous about doing that. Should we do a little bit? Should we do a little bit of memory overclocking? See if we can. I mean, I really don't know what I'm doing with DDR5. I know how to memory overclock DDR4, but DDR5 is a complete mystery to me. So I don't even know what numbers I should be aiming for. Really, this is my XMP. Pretty much XMP, and the only thing I've done is I've upped the RFI. The RFI, all I've done. In terms of latency, how's this doing? Let's have a look. Run a quick latency test. Here we go, boys. Can you do affinity for the test to other cores that don't boost to 6.2 to check? Can you do affinity? You can't make processor 2 go to specific cores, I'm afraid. I wish I could do that. That would be useful. You can tell which core, you can tell it which cores to monitor, but it still does the average across all of them because the processes are running across all of them. So yeah, there we go. There's my current XMP with the TRFI boosted up by nearly 10 times. I get 58.2, which this isn't too bad for a DDR5. Not too bad for DDR5. I mean, my old PC with its CL14 3900, it gets what does it get here? Gets 35-ish, 35 nanoseconds, so way lower latency DDR4, way lower. But then you're getting all the extra bandwidth for running 7200 frequency, so. Yeah, so I'm on about 35, 36 for my 9900K F on my memory. So the computer you're watching that I'm streaming from is the one that's got the really low latency. I don't know if I can actually run this. I don't think I've got it up at the moment. No, I don't have AIDA64 installed on this one, I don't think. Otherwise I could probably run it. Okay, so yeah, I'd like to get this down a little bit, but I don't really want to break my PC doing it. And as I say, I have tried higher frequencies, but we'd need to use Y-Cruncher. I don't know whether you guys have used Y-Cruncher before, but it's kind of a command line thing, and you can do various things in it. So you have to remember the number options. So you do number 1 for component stress tester. Then you need to do number 8, which isn't actually shown here, to clear all tests. And then you put 18 to put that VT3 test back on again. And then once that VT3 test is on, you can press 0 and it'll then run the test. And that basically is a quick test to see whether the frequency that you're running your memory at is stable. And if it's not stable, you'll get pretty early errors. But if it is stable, then you can run this for an hour, and then that frequency should be stable. And then you can go on to doing kind of more timing stuff and then using TM5 to test whether the timings are stable. It's normally what I do. It's running VT3 at the moment. But yeah, so I don't know. So I think we've got the CPU stable now, and we've figured out why the motherboard is not saving. Yay, yay, and yay. Yeah, these are all on 26 with 32 separation. That's right, Enzo. We're sticking with that. Always go on what we had at the best. You're on 100 down. I'm going to have to think of something, Crive, to give you, or I don't know. What do you want? Do you want me to get to a certain channel points and you can cash them in for, I don't know, you can have me for an hour doing your PC or tuning or something? I don't know. Get to 1 million, you get me for an hour on your PC, seeing if I can improve it. I don't know, I'm just thinking up stuff. That might work, I don't know. If you follow most of my guide, I'm not going to be able to help you much anyway, because I write everything I know pretty much down. Keep hydrated. The only the only liquid I've got in range is Mr. Muscle window cleaner. I need a water. I'm not drinking that. Some funny stuff here to spend. So you need some funny stuff. Oh God. I don't know how to be funny. I don't know. Channel point ideas. That's harder than performance tuning PCs. So in my computers, yes, that's my limit Enzo. So I'm limiting to 400 amps, 320 watts, and 320 watts exactly. If I had a K or a KF, then I'd limit those to 253 watts, but still keep the 400 amps. Your guide is plenty to make any PC better. Yeah, good. So you can see here that. So it's gone through one iteration every 2 minutes or so, and then you just leave it running for an hour, the Y Cruncher. And you can download this free. Just Google Y Cruncher. But it's a bit boring for me to be streaming stability stress tests for hours and hours on end to you guys. I need to kind of, it's such a slow process, memory overclocking. But again, I don't really know what to change here. What do I start trying to tighten? Do I start trying to tighten the primaries, or do I start by seeing how high on the frequency I can get away with? Or do I put this back down to auto? And yeah, I mean, as I say, I was trying 7,800 and then 36 instead of 34 for the latency. And I was using, what is it? You have a look for, well, it's going to be slow because I'm using up all the memory right now. It's going to be, if I go to G-Scale website, wow, this is really slow. I'm really hammering the memory right now. Not much memory left for the rest of everything. Come on. Just want to go to G-Scale. Okay, I'm going to stop this test because it's using up too much stuff. Okay. If I go here, oh, products, desktop memory, the RGB. I should turn off the RGB actually as well while I'm tuning. I should actually just turn it off. It saves, I think in the last one, I think I dropped about 5 degrees centigrade by turning off the RGB. These things get hot, so anyway, so I'm currently on this, and maybe I should look at all of these 3 timings basically. So I went to the 7,800 ones, and I was basically trying to turn my one into the 8,700 one, see if it would run. These guys. So I was using these timings, the 36, 46, 46, 125, and 1.45 volts. Assuming that they're pretty much exactly the same chips, just maybe bins slightly different, I don't know. And I was running Fortnite fine on that, but then when I was running some long-term stability stress tests on these numbers, it did not like it at all. It did not like it at all. Badly cooled, yeah, and put a fan on it. I tried to put my fan on it. I've got a blooming Corsair fan, and it wouldn't fit, because the pins at the top of where the memory goes in, there's a load of extra pins that the board has put right next to the top of where the clips are, where you open it and close it, because the top, you know, normally at the bottom of the memory you press in the little clips and it pops out. They've only got that on this motherboard at the bottom, and on the top one they've got static ones. So you kind of slot it up to the top and then push it in and it clips in the bottom. But then there's no room at the top between the clip bit and the pins when you've got pins in it. So my fan, my memory fan, needed to go a metal bit that kind of grabbed on between each end of the memory like that, and the top one wouldn't fit in. So I did plan. I told CyberPower to kind of reroute all the liquid cooling tubes around the memory so I'd have space to put the fan on top of it. But now the fan won't fit because it can't fit in that little top grabby bit section. So it's really annoying. So I can't fit the fan. Maybe there's another aftermarket fan I could fit, but I mean, this case has already got 11 fans in it, plus the two or three in the GPU, plus another one in the liquid reservoir. It's got so many fans. I mean, you can see how many fans this thing's got. It's crazy. No, I mean, I've got so many fans going on in this. 8, 9, 10, 11, and these controllers, that controls 2, that controls 3, that controls 3, and that controls 3. So In terms of cooling airflow inside the case, it should be pretty good already, to be honest. But my temperatures are still hitting 50 degrees when I run a stress test on the memory. Still hitting 50 degrees centigrade. So, yeah, so these do get hot. Can you set your top fan as an intake? I don't know. I think it is an intake. Hang on. So that's an intake going that way. No, it's not an intake. Blowing out. I've got. So I'll show you that. Just close your eyes. Close your eyes. Where's that? Yeah, close your eyes, Zeppo. So at the top fan there, that's blowing out hot air up the top. The bottom one's sucking in. The back one's obviously blowing out, and the one vertically down on the right, that's sucking in. So you can tell because the black kind of spokes on the fans, that's the bottom of them. So it's kind of that's the direction it's going. So they're going in if you can see the black spokes, and they're going the other way if you can't see the black spokes at the top and the back. So that's what it's said at the moment. So inside the case is pretty cool, but yeah, I don't think there's anything directly blowing on the memory, which would be helpful. And it's just annoying that I can't get a specific memory fan to go over the top. It just really annoying me that. Thought it would. Yeah, that bad top fan's exhaust. Yeah, it's exhaust. But you kind of want hot air rising anyway, so you kind of want it going out the top and in at the bottom. So you want it in at the top and out in at the bottom, out at the top. But then the side ones, yeah, they're kind of, that's coming in. You need another in there, and then the back is another out. So I don't think that should change. I think that's a logical way that they've done it there. Anyway, let's turn this off. Sorry, Zeppo. Do you guys have before and after temps? Wait, for what? Why do you hear plates? Oh, that's me moving around on my chair while I'm doing it. I've got metal wheels on a wooden floor. That's me kind of moving around with the camera. That's kind of blah, blah, blah. Right. Yeah, if I did that, set 3 fans on the top to intake. I'd have to take it all out and then, yeah, move them up, turn them upside down, and no, I can't be bothered. It's fine. I mean, temperatures are really good. My temperatures are really good. I'm not thermal throttling on any stress tests. They're in the 80s, and in game I'm in the 50s. So it's really just about that memory. If I want to overclock it, it's fine right now. I mean, what's it running right now? So during a TM5 extreme. So the memory. Here we go. So 37 and 38 right now. The 2 memory modules. That's not too bad. That's fine. I mean, GPU's running at 30. What's the CPU running at? CPU's running at 34 right now. Pretty cool. I'm not too worried about temperatures, to be honest. But I'm more worried about the fact that I've got four DIMM slots as opposed to 2 and not being able to overclock it. So I don't know. So should we see if we can run 38 and then CL36? It doesn't really make a massive difference. Yeah, we need to break the 9 gigahertz, so I'm going to need some liquid nitrogen. Yeah, it doesn't have thermal pads yet. I was thinking about getting the Corsair ones, but I decided to go against Corsair. Corsair was annoying me with its really annoying me with its what's it called app, the IQ app. It was so at the time I decided I just didn't want to go. And plus I wanted to go with G-Skill because that's what Ship's got, and I thought if I can prove that it's working on my one, then I can apply any settings to his one. So I was trying to keep them as identical as possible. As a non-expert, I've now updated my motherboard. Oh, that's impressive. Went pretty well, I'd say, but got some messed up in my Windows, had to hard reset. Are you talking about the BIOS, Diego, or are you talking about actually changing out the physical motherboard? Yeah, those temps are fine. I agree, Paul. Yeah, also if the GPU heats up, yeah. My GPU is never, ever more than about 31 degrees, 32 degrees, ever. Even when I'm playing Fortnite at 360 FPS, it's just, because I'm not stressing it. Fortnite doesn't need a good GPU, so it's bored. And I've got it in the silent mode as well. I haven't got it in the gaming mode, which turns up the fans more. I've got it in the silent mode. It's really, really cool, my GPU. So for anything, the GPU is cooling everything down. It's probably the coldest thing. Not loading it. Yeah, no, it's good, that GPU. It's complete overkill for what I need, that 4080 Super. Complete overkill. Yeah, I like G-Skill memory, but yeah, they got heat problems. But again, you're not going to be running into heat problems while you're gaming. It's only heat problems when you're stress testing the memory. That's when you get heat problems. So it's not representative of what you'll actually be using it for. So I have no heat problems at desktop or gaming. I don't have any. But I need to make sure it's stable. So TFOS. I'm not getting TFOS. No, thank you. Cheapy stuff. Right. So should we try to? I don't know whether I should just try and tighten what I've got, or I've just been greedy, or just leave it. I mean, it's running fine. Run a Fortnite bench. See what that's like right now. Run a Fortnite bench. What have I got back on? I think I reset all these as well, so I think I need to reset them all because I wanted to see what I was changing the number of E-cores earlier, and every time you change all the CPU set stuff and then you change the physical number of processors, it messes all of this up. So I've been typically just doing a complete reset configuration and then trying to remember to reset it all. So I need to do probably a couple of things in here to go back to where I was. That's already done. That's RTSS is already on normal. What else do I normally move? I sometimes move Norton to be on the E-cores, but I'm not sure that's actually a good idea. I think that had a problem yesterday with that. What else? Fan control. I normally put that on. I normally put that on CPU sets, but I've actually tried putting it on the efficiency mode. I don't know whether that's going to make it slower to adapt when if I get power peaks and temperature peaks from my processors, as they go up to 6.2. I don't know. So again, I'm not. That's an experiment as well. Putting that on efficiency right now, controlling the fans. But that does, whatever's controlling the fans does actually use up quite a bit of CPU and DPC requests. So it's worth messing around whatever you're using to control your fans. In your case, whether you might not be using anything, you might just be using your motherboard to control them and just turning that off. I don't know. But I've got so many fans, I actually need some software to control them. Yeah, what are you saying? Try to go for 7,600. You think that'll work? Is the GPU? Yeah, disabled dynamic P8 is disabled. Yeah. We are where we are. Is there a way of reducing ping in Fortnite? Well, I'll tell you what, I put this, I changed this into 10 gigabit network card. I know my camera's backwards so you can't read it properly, I'm sorry. But 10 gigabit network card, I put this into my new one. So I transferred it from my old PC to my new PC. What is that? And I was getting last night on NA East, I normally get about 80, 90 ping. I was getting 58 ping. 58 ping after putting this in. I don't know whether it's just because it put me on a really nice server. I don't know. But my hit rate was really good all night after using this. No bullets went through anyone. I was hitting everything. Now, I didn't see your question above. I'll answer it in a minute. Yeah, so I went from 80 ping to 58. So you tell me. I didn't move closer to the server. Normally, the only thing you can do to improve your ping is to physically move closer to the server. Or you can do some geofencing on your router to say, I don't want to connect to any servers, say more than 500 miles away from me, just disconnect them. So when you try and then, so for example, I'm in the UK, if the game tries to connect me to Frankfurt in Germany, my router will basically block it and I'll get sent back to the lobby and then I'll try again. That way, I'll only ever get placed on London servers. So that's a good way of doing it. But if you're doing that and then you're in a team with other people, you'll be basically being sent back to the lobby the whole time and they'll be getting into the game and they'll get annoyed with you pretty quickly. They're having to back out each time to find you a server. So the network cards that I've got, I think I detailed it in my guide, didn't I? It's a TP-Link TX401. It's a 10 gigabyte one. And I've only got 1 gigabyte internet and I've only got a 1 gigabyte router. But they've obviously lowered the latency of the kind of processing latency of this thing in order to be able to run at 10 gigabits a second. So it's a really fast card, in other words. So in my guide, there's loads of stuff on how to reduce your ping. But don't expect miracles. Normally it's basically, there's not much you can do other than make sure you're on Ethernet, make sure you're connecting to a server that's not too far away, make sure your settings are optimized, which will reduce your ping by point something, not hugely. Make sure your DNS servers are good. So yeah, there are things you can do, but anyway. Sorry, Jay, so I now need to scroll up and read what everybody else wrote. Hang on, wait for it. Is there a way to, no, we've done that one. See you any benefits? I didn't see my question. Enzo. Yeah, I did answer your question, Enzo. I answered it. Is that GPU temp with disabled dynamic P states? I answered that and I said yes, I always run disabled dynamic P states. I always disable them. One of the first things I always do. But yeah, so Diego, I'd recommend grabbing a copy of my guide, my free guide on my Discord, then going to the network section, running through all those and seeing if that helps. If that doesn't help, then maybe, or it doesn't help enough, then exit lag's quite good. That might reduce your ping a little bit because it optimizes the routes that you take to get from A to B. So instead of going kind of all over the place, you can kind of go a bit more in a straight line. Exit lag, but then obviously you have to pay for that per month. Or then if you want to go really extreme and get the last nanoseconds out of your network experience, then yeah, you want to upgrade like me to everything to Cat 8 and gaming routers and 10 gigabit network cards and everything else. So you can go over the top like I have, but I've just kind of shared my experiences in my guide. Right, okay, thank you. 31 disable, damn, that's low. Yeah, I know. I can't show you Afterburner because I'm not running it right now, but I can show you the hardware info 64. I mean, I haven't even got the fans pretty much turned up. Look, I've got its own fan curve, so I've set a fan curve here. That it doesn't do any. It goes 50% under 30 degrees centigrade, So the minimum speed for the GPU and the CPU actually is 50% for the speeds, but it goes up to 100% if I get the fan speeds if I get up to 60 degrees centigrade. Same for the CPU. And then I link the fan curves with the two on the GPU. But yeah, look, I mean, I'm running 30 degrees right now, and we're running. I scroll all the way down. What we're running? So GPU clock 2,850 megahertz. So yeah, very, very cool. Well, it's my case as well. With all those case fans, I mean, it's the bottom fan that's drawing in air is literally facing the GPU bottom fan, so it's pushing in air straight through the GPU. So they're facing each other. So that's why I was a little bit worried about putting in the network card in the kind of left side between the two, and it blocking the airflow a bit. But I mean, given it's hardly being used, it's fine. Exit lag takes your ping from 20 to 60, so it goes up, does it? Okay. Well, as I say, exit lag will sometimes help your ping, but I mean, that's not why I use exit lag. I use exit lag for the dual root ability, not for the ping improvements. Okay, what are we looking at? We were going to run a Fortnite replay, weren't we, about 1 million years ago? Pretty sure we were. Was there anything else in here I need to optimize? Yeah, I need to start Fortnite up and make sure that these are good to go. All right. So, battle ID, everybody. So my lows should be better. BE, see that there, BE? It's battle ID. Battle IDs always have better FPS lows than easy anti-cheat days. Should be better results. Let's have a look. You can see my overlay down here, how hot things get. Okay, so we want to optimize a little bit. Let me cap frame it. No, let me. Well, I've got to turn off this. Turn off my overlay. Gone. Bye bye overlay down there. Ready, steady, bye. Because we're about to put cap frame X overlay on. So that one's gone on. That's gone off. What else do we need to do? We need to, yeah, we need to optimize these guys, don't we, a little bit. So do I put these in idle? Or do I just bung them on? I was thinking of just putting them all, apart from the Fortnite one, apart from that one. I was thinking about putting all of these either onto the E-cores, or I could put them into efficiency mode, which will put them in E-cores and make them idle. Now I don't really want cap frame X idle, do I? So I just put them onto the E-cores. CPU sets always E-cores. Yeah. And now they should have all moved over to the E-cores now. All of these. The workload, look, E-cores aren't doing anything. Look at all these E-cores up here, just not doing anything. So the game, oh, that's fine. We actually need to put some rules for this. Normally does this automatically for games, but I always like doing it anyway. Induce performance mode, yes, which will exclusively keep it on the P cores, these guys, and then make sure it's excluded from pro balance. So that's normally what you have to do for your games. Find the executable and then do performance mode and pro balance exclude. What else can we move over to those E-cores? Well, that's interesting. I'm going to get rid of that one. That doesn't even have any rules. How did that even persist? Always clear. I don't like moving services over to E-cores because I don't know which ones of these are actually network services, and I don't want my network data being processed on slower cores. I don't want that. I want low latency. So we want the network stuff going on the P cores as well. So I don't know which ones of these are network and which ones are not. So I pretty much just let Windows handle whether they should be in efficiency mode or not. The scheduler. Backlight service. I sometimes move that over, but I might not do that either. I don't know how much the anti-cheat is actively checking things while you're playing. I don't know how much that is, because if it is, and then the game is waiting for like an okay from the anti-cheat, then the game's going to get paused while it's waiting for the anti-cheat. So do I want the anti-cheat running on P cores, or do I want it running on E cores? See, I don't know. I don't know how it works. Game input service, you kind of always want that running on your induced performance mode, because that's your input devices. So you want that prioritized. Excuse me. So that does that one and that one. That's created rules for both of them because that's the parent. What else? There's Defender. As I say, Norton, I'm not sure what I should do with Norton. I might just leave it do its own thing. Crash reporting. All right, let's go with that. See what kind of results we get. Let's see what results we get. So we got our overlay here to show what temperatures are. Oh, look how hot that GPU is. Scorchio. CPU, look, CPU's in the 30s. That's great. We like that. All right, so let's do our magic replay. Everyone runs the same replay so we can compare our computers. Play that, confirm that. See what we got. So yeah, I'm staying on Bitsum, principally because every other power plan is parking cores. Bitsum's the only one that is not parking cores. So I'm staying on Bitsum with this CPU. I'm not moving from it. I don't really want to hack the registry or the power plans to make it do that, make it not park. So I think I'm just going to go with Bitsum. Right, we ready? We steady? Yeah, and go.
Capture started.
I don't understand how an additional server with exit lag, it gets no hit detection issues. I used to use exit lag, but always ran into hit detection issues because going direct cuts out the extra node. What do you mean going direct, Enzo? That's not how the internet works. The internet works with basically hops. You can control where you go, but you can control where you go from everything in your house, and then it goes to the internet service provider, and you can tell them to say, okay, use this route. But after it leaves them, you have no control over the route whatsoever. So by exit lag adding kind of its own servers, you can test which ones are kind of closer and lower ping, and then route you through those. Whereas you don't get that control at all with your direct, which isn't direct. You're still going to get a certain number of hops. So your hit reg could be due to something else, not exit lag. Hit reg should be improved because you've got dual routes, so you don't lose the packets, as less likely to lose the packets if they're duplicating the packets and then one gets lost and you're still getting the other one through. Yeah. But that bit with where you've written exit lag server is multiple, it is a random thing without the exit lag server that you've got no control over, called the internet. So you're replacing where you've written exit lag server with unknown internet routes. That's what you're doing there. No, it's not direct at all. You never use dual routes. Yeah, well, that's the whole benefit of exit lag. So Because as I was explaining the other day, the game runs off the main gaming network packets are using UDP because they're lower latency. Because UDP is not a handshake protocol, whereas TCP is a handshake protocol. So TCP, you have to send the packet of data from your computer to the server. The server goes, yes, I've got it, and it sends a message back saying, yes, I've got it, and then you send the next one. So it's kind of that way. It's a handshake. It said, thank you very much, I've got it. So it's longer path, whereas UDP is basically just firing messages, and you don't firing network packets from your PC to the server or your server to the PC, and there's no confirmation at all. So they could be lost, but it's quicker because then you don't have to wait for the confirmation each time. So having dual routes on exit lag basically lets you do 2 lots of UDP. So even if one is lost, then you still got the other one. Now you make me want to install exit lag again. Oh, I like exit lag. I've run it for a few years now. Right, but I mean sometimes their exit servers go crazy, and I get a load of packet loss, and then I just toggle the exit lag off. It reconnects straight into the game, and then the packet loss disappears. So sometimes it is bad, but it's quite an easy fix. For you just hide somewhere, toggle it off in exit lag, and go back to your game, and then it's fixed. But 99% of the time, it's better with exit lag on. Right, should we have a look at the lows, highs, what we got there? We might need to run this through twice. What have we done today? I don't even remember what we've done today. What have I changed? Undervolting. 0.05 volts. I think that's pretty much all we've changed today, isn't it? Changed anything else? I haven't done any memory stuff. We've worked out why it wasn't saving. I think that's pretty much all we've changed today, other than... Oh, that's a big one. We need to run that again. Oh, do we need to run it again? No, it's all right. 0.21 should be all right. So let's have a look. Is this the best ever, or is it not? Wow, look at that. Look at that. So the last one there was the last one I ran yesterday. Yeah? That was the last one I ran yesterday. Today is a battle eye day. And I've undervolted a tiny amount. Look at that. It shows you the difference a battle eye day makes to versus easy anti-cheat. This is easy anti-cheat. This is battle eye with a slight undervolt. What are we in terms of temperatures, etc.? Have a look. CPU power, top end, that 259. Wow, look how much lower the power draw is. That can't be right. Why is that so much lower? Is it because I re-enabled C states? No, I haven't. I was running C states then, I'm sure. Holy moly, what have I done here? Gone from average 68 down to 58 and got better performance. Hello Twitch. Sorry. Am I not answering you quick enough on Enzo? I need more people watching me on YouTube, to be honest with you. I need to get that to 1,000 subs. Need it. I'm under 900 at the moment. Need another 100 subs. If you're watching right now and you're not subbed on YouTube, please go and press the sub button. It doesn't cost anything on YouTube to press the sub button. It's just, I need to get to 1,000 subs to be monetized on YouTube. So please pop over if you can. Yeah, so I think that's pretty much, is that literally the best ever, or I don't know. Let's put everything we've ever done on here and see where we're at. Might not be a good idea. I'm going to blow up. Is it doing it? I don't know. I think I've just dragged way too many things over. Seems a bit paused to me. Looks like it's still holding it, doesn't it? With the... Is he going to do it? I don't know. I am running Fortnite at the same time. I shouldn't have done that many things. No, it's not responding. Okay, did it. Right, so here we are. Here's the best ever. Right up here. That's the best ever. But what was I running when I did that and that? I think I was running more of an overclock. And that's with hyper-threading off, which is interesting. I mean, we're only talking 0.1 of an FPS average here. It's not like, it's not breaking the bank. And the lows are in the 320s. I think I was doing an overclock there as well with the CPU where it was boosting up, where all cores were boosting up to 6.2, 6.3. I think that was there. It's interesting with the hyper-threading off though. Maybe I should be turning hyper-threading off. But didn't I decide that it was such a little difference that it wasn't worth turning it off, I think it was. So this is where we are right now. Hey Kanad, what have you found so far compared to stable BIOS? What do you mean? The more stable ones, where did I switch BIOSes? I don't think I've actually taken all of these. I think I've actually got, look, I've got more up here as well. I didn't actually import everything. What was I running on the old ones? Close a few of these. Oh, come on, this is completely unresponsive now. Got way too many of these replays opened. How do I close all of them? There we go, that's how I close all of them. No, I think that was probably an unstable motherboard compared to now. There we go. Bit more the more stable BIOS compared to, mind you, that one might have been easy and cheap, one might have been bat-like, so it's difficult to say. That might be a better comparison. That might be a better comparison. But I mean, you're just getting a load of crashing. I mean, DX12 one wouldn't even start up at all. Stable BIOS is the beta. Well, the last three BIOS versions have been beta. Last three. So I can't even remember when the last one was. But yeah, the temperatures have come down, the voltages have come down, the voltage ranges have come down. It does seem more stable, the new BIOS. So big thumbs up so far. Yeah, I don't know. Should we try DX12 just to see if it even starts? I mean, I am running that max clock speed. It's not doing the 6.3 boosts for when you're in game. It's not doing it. Only seems to be like on the desktop or something. When it's idle, it goes to 6.3. Really not happening, is it? But those temperatures, my goodness, 58. I don't think I've ever seen that. 68. Oh my God, that one got 56. I lied. I'm comparing it with processor disabled. That was a horrible test. Okay, let's do a comparison with something that is normal. Okay, so that one and that one. Things have actually persisted. All right, that's more of a normal comparison from yesterday to today with the underclock, with the undervolt, sorry. So we've got a bit smoother. These two here were crazy power plan changes that I didn't keep, and they were bad bad tweaks. Bad tweak. Bad tweak. Yeah, you can only get this BIOS if you contact MSI support and open a case with them. I don't know when they will be releasing it. I'm sure they will. I know Intel's releasing a statement in May about the situation, an update. They released a statement saying that they're going to release another statement. 3 days ago, they released a statement saying that they're going to release a statement in May. And then probably the one in May will be, we're going to release a statement in June. That's ridiculous. All right, well, I'm pretty happy with these, to be honest. I mean, that's really good stats. The lows, what do the lows look like? If I change the metrics to 0.1 percentiles. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, look, that's a decent gain from yesterday. Look at that. 1 percentile lows, I've added 20, 25, kind of. Yeah, more than 25. That's a pretty good gain. I'm happy with that. I mean, I think if I tune my memory more, then these would come up a little bit, maybe. The yellow and orange ones. I don't think I'm going to get much more out of the average if I'm capping at 360 anyway. But I think these could come up a little bit. I need to do some serious overclocking. Intel thought they could blame the board manufacturers, but realized they've been found out, so they're on damage control at the moment. They are, but they are on damage control. But it is their fault. They did not give the specifications of the CPUs to the motherboard manufacturers, so that the motherboard manufacturers had to just guess. So it's Intel's fault for not supplying the correct information. So it is Intel's fault. But the motherboard manufacturers shouldn't have just unlimited the power. They shouldn't have done that. They could see what the kind of top end power limits were, and they should have that as by default. So it is their fault for that. But for knowing what the correct VF curves are and things, then they had to guess at that, and that's not their fault. My wife used to work for Intel a long time ago in their finance department. And so she looked up how much their revenue for last year Intel UK was. It was £6 billion last year in the UK, Intel made. £6 billion. She looked that up yesterday. It's a crazy amount of money they're making, and they can't even send the specifications for a CPU or a lot of CPUs to motherboard manufacturers. Come on. They're doing an epic. They're swimming around in pools of money and not caring about the customers. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, I don't know. What should we do now? Should we try and do a little bit of memory overclocking, or am I going to regret this? The thing with memory overclocking as well, it can corrupt your operating system. So normally you should only do memory overclocking on a Windows environment that you're fine to throw away at the end. And I don't really want to throw this one away. I probably will end up reinstalling it at some point anyway, but I've been running this quite regularly as well. So just a DISM cleanup, health restore, and then doing a file system scan. I run that pretty regularly, just because I've had so many crashes, and then it's like a power cut effectively. You need to make sure your file system's good to go. So I definitely recommend running that quite often, just to double check that your Windows is in a decent health. Sith Palpatine, yeah, unlimited power. Eeny bitty living space. Oh, I need my son to go and get me a water. Jake! Jakey! Oh, I can't find him. Send him a message. If I send him a message on Discord, he'll actually listen to me. I've got to message my son on Discord to actually get him to do something. Give me a sec. He pays attention to Discord. Come on, where are you, Multics? There we go. Please, can you bring me a cold water bottle? Let's see how long it takes him, right? 17:33 right now. Wait, 17:33. Why is my clock wrong? Look at that. I'm 3 minutes out. I swear this doesn't work properly, syncing stuff. It's meant to sync daily when you start your computer. It's meant to, and I swear it just doesn't work. That's always bugged me, that has. What is it on my other one? My other one says 17:34, this one. So this one's fast. There we go. Now they're in sync. Now I've had to manually sync them. But what's the point in setting time automatically if it doesn't actually do it? Well, what's the point? So I can hear some banging around. Good job I'm not having a heart attack or something. Hello. How you doing?
Are you streaming?
Yes, I am. You can come in though. Yeah, I can't see you. He really doesn't want to be on camera, does he? Teenagers don't want to be on camera. It's not like he's not already famous. His games he's the head developer on has got like 5 million people running it. How many people are running on right now? How many players are on his games that he develops? Hang on, let me have a look. See what's his latest number. It's not even the game he's working on anymore. He's working on new games as well. Hang on. Wait, what? No, that's the wiki. I want the wiki. How do I tell? It's on Roblox. Yeah, he's like got his own team of Roblox developers that he pays in Robux because he's got billions of Roblox from the games that he's made. At the age of, he started doing it when he was like 10. So he's what, 13 now? I haven't taught him any of it. That's fandom. Where's this? I don't want fandom. I want the actual. Why can't I find it? Okay, I'm going to look it up on this. Did I find that? Roblox. Sorry, I know I'm going off on a tangent here. Sorry. Why is it so jam? Okay, 5.8 million people have played his game. That's just one of them, and he's bored with that one. He's started another one. Yeah, so Jake's a Roblox developer. He taught himself how to do it, and yeah, he's got incredible number of people that have done it. So as I said, he started when he was about 9 or 10, and now he has his own team of friends, and they all help him design assets or things. But he pretty much does. He's the kind of, he owns the games. He's the head developer, and yeah, he pays that. So he has staff. He had staff at like 9 or 10. Crazy. Honestly, I haven't helped him with any of it. We bought him a computer and went, there you go for it. He just taught himself all the coding, all the art design. He's kind of got a really nice huge tablet that he can kind of draw and design characters on and do all the artwork stuff on, and then he does all the animation for it. So he can, I mean, his YouTube videos he had his channel with millions and millions of followers. and he dropped it because he used to make like animated cartoon things, and now he got bored of it and said they were too babyish because they were kind of derivations of, I don't know whether you've seen something called BBC Number Blocks and the Alpha Blocks. He kind of did derivations of that. He was making like a couple of grand a month from YouTube ads, and he closed the channel down without even telling me or my wife, because he didn't like it anymore because he thought it was too babyish and he doesn't care about money. It's like, oh my God, Jake, what are you doing? Open it back up again. No, he won't do it. He absolutely has a meltdown if you talk to him about starting up his channels again. I mean, he was making a lot of money from YouTube ads, from all his videos, from his animation videos that he would make, and these kids would just piling in the millions just to watch, and he'd make a fortune. But he's just, I don't care about money, so I'm not doing that anymore, Daddy. So great. So he completely changed his name on YouTube and the developer stuff. He started new channels. I don't know, whatever makes him happy. But we don't have to worry about him for finding a job later in life. He's almost certainly going to have his own game development company. He will be the kind of next Epic Games. There's no way he's not. But he's a bit autistic, so he's kind of he's a bit like me. He's hyper focused on things. So he's insanely clever on some things, and then on other things he really, really struggles with. But yeah, just definitely going places. Right, what are we doing? We got the water. That's good. We hydrated. We ran the stability thing for Windows, didn't we? That all went through fine. No corruptions found. Didn't find any integrity things. That's good. The file system. So that's all good. So let's go into the BIOS and I guess change some memory parameters. Should we try and up the frequency a bit? Yeah, he does a load of Roblox find the games. So there's kind of a genre of find the games, and he makes one of the most popular ones. So he kind of creates all the characters for it, designs all the game worlds. So it's a bit like Fortnite, Minecraft, but kind of Roblox. So those kind of worlds where you have to do things, find things, tasks, puzzles. I've done it again. I'm not going to press escape. I'm not going to do it because we know it won't save it. I missed the windows. So how do I have to reboot again, don't I? Yeah, but he doesn't want to be on camera. He doesn't want to be on camera. He hasn't been on camera for quite a while, so he's quite shy with that kind of stuff. But yeah, he runs circles around us sometimes. Yeah. Right, let me try and reboot again and remember to hold the delete key this time. All right, holding the delete key. That's very good that you know so much about things you like, because not all parents are like that. Yeah. I mean, we're very liberal parents. I mean, I'm pretty much, my whole life's geared these days to just kind of him. What makes him happy? So he does his online schooling, doesn't go to school, does online schooling since the pandemic. He used to go to a really nice private school that the future Queen of England used to go to. So he used to go to a very nice private school, literally 10 minutes walk from here. But we changed him to fully online schooling since the pandemic. So he has his own space, own office, own computer, own environment, and he just does all online schooling. Really, really good online school. So yeah, he's got it good. But he's constantly on Discord with all his friends up until quite a lot of them are in the States that do all this development together, and they're all friends, and so he's got friends kind of all around the world that he chats to like 12, 20 hours a day. So it's not like he's missing out on sociability being at home at all. Talks to his friends more than we do. Right, anyway, what we're doing overclocking. So we're going to try and do a little bit of overclocking. There's a memory try it where you can kind of, it presets certain frequencies and things. But I did try this one, 7800 CL36. I did try that one, and that was the one that got pretty good results, but was unstable. So I don't know. Maybe I should be trying a 7600 36, but we're already on 7234. So I mean, what is the best one? The 7636. What's that work out at? Calculate out. Well, we've got to take the CL number, which is 36. We divide it by the frequency, 7600, and we times all that by 2000. And that should give us the nanoseconds of the latency of the memory, the theoretical nanoseconds, 9.4. And I think we're on pretty much 9.4 already, because we're on 7200. So it's 9.47, that one. And what are we on at the moment? We're on CL34, so 34 divided by 7200 times by 2000. So we're 9.444444 at the moment, nanoseconds. So that would actually be worse. So we kind of want to go lower than the 9.4, don't we? Because we were looking at 7800 CL36, which is 36 divided by 7800 times by 2000. 9.2. So that would be a decent. If I could get that stable, that would be quite decent. Right. So I don't know. What should we do here? Should we try this? Let's set the voltage to 1.4. See, I think that's too low. Oh no, set it to 1.45. Okay. Which is what the G-scale thingies were already. But I'm pretty sure this is unstable. But it might have been unstable because the CPU was unstable before. What do we think? Should we just try it? Everything else has been set to lucky mode disabled. So yeah, that's keeping that. Everything else is on auto. So it's all it's really doing with this try it is changing the primaries, isn't it? It's not changing the subtimings, the secondaries and tertiaries. It's just changing these. It's interesting that it's keeping the same 45 and 45s. Up that a little bit. So these are XMP, remember? You know what? You know what I'm going to do before we do any of this? What did I just do? I need to disable that. I wanted to save this. I wanted to save this overclock as something that's working. So let's save the overclock to, right, overwrite this one. This XMP. Yep. Yep. Okay, so we know we got this one and it's working. So this, now we can make some changes. Restore point, effectively. Where's the memory? Try it again. Lost it again. There it is. Try it. 7800 CL36. Yeah. Everything else should be default. Right, so F10. So that's what it's changing. So it's changing it from 7200 to 7800. We're going, that voltage hasn't changed, I don't think, but that voltage has gone from 1.4 to 1.5. I'm sorry, 1.45. That's gone up a bit, probably. That's probably the same. That's gone up a little. That's gone up by 2, and these have actually stayed the same, and then that's gone up. That's all it's changing. Okay. La, 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 la. Doo-dah, doo-dah. It's might not even. In fact, did we put training on? I can't even remember if we put training on. Was it already on? Should be training, surely. It's gone white. That's a good sign. I'm just going to go to the bathroom while this is starting up. Hang on. I'll be right back. I'll wait for the thingy screen to come up. Be right back. Right. So let's see what timings we got. Having a good time, having a good time. Okay, so normally a good indication of whether it's definitely not going to be stable is of whether these are more than 2 away, that's fine, and these are more than 1 away, that's fine. So that's an indication that it could be stable. So we're running the 7,800, so okay, we've got that far. What do we want to run now? So do we want to run, I think we want to run the Y cruncher, don't we? I think we want to run that. Do we want to run it with this running? Probably do. Now we're meant to run this for an hour, but I suspect it won't even make it through 2 loops. So you'll have 4 minutes to wait before it dies. I'm curious before we run that though. Let's see what kind of nanoseconds we're getting. Well, we're 58 before the latency. Let's have a look. We're about 58 before, weren't we? Having a good time. I wish I could play music on stream, but it will just get copyright protected. I just get blanked out. So we've gone from 58 down to 56 on that chart there. It's not too bad. So that's improved. I mean, we could have a look at the read writes, but they're normally about 108, I think. Please do not move the mouse or press any keys. I need some non-copyrights. Wow, so that's gone up a bit. Memory allocation timeout. So is that an error? Because it's unstable? Hey Stepper. So is that a memory error because it's unstable? Or that's really fast, 126,000. We're trying a bit of memory overclocking at the moment. Now that we look like we've got the CPU stable on the new BIOS. Yeah, so much lower write than read. Is that just because, what's the copy? It should be about the same normally. What's your problem, Stepper? Yeah, I don't think this is stable. We really don't. I mean, this is taking forever. Just test the blue and copy. Any solution to interrupt policy checker, either not saving the correct information on restart or showing the correct values? Interrupt policy checker. Are you talking about? I'll wait for this to finish. I don't know. Actually, this is looking dodgy. Yeah, something's got stuck. Are you talking about policy configuration tool? That one? You do know you have to right click it and run as administrator or it doesn't work, right? You know you have to do that. And you do know that some devices you cannot move. You should be able to move the GPU and the USB. You should be able to set this one. And you should be able to set your USB controller, which is normally 020, that one. Should be able to set those. If you're trying to set other things in here, then they may not move. They won't work. You can test to see whether they've worked by double clicking the Melody one, this one, and you can see whether they've moved or not. Some of them, as I say, do not move. You can try and set some of these and they will not move. But you should be able to do your GPU and you should be able to do your controller. You did everything that's connected to the PCI. No, as I said, the only things you should be doing are your GPU and the controller. They're the only things you should be doing. Should not be changing around anything else. You'll just be making your performance worse, even if you got it to work. I've tried everything. I've tried network adapters, I've tried disk drives, I've tried everything. Just don't touch anything other than the controller that you have on your input devices and your GPU. And you can, if you want, do the GPU as well. Sorry, can, if you want, do the, where is it, here. Select it and then go into connections. So you can do its parent controller as well if you want, set it to the same as those two. They are the only things I would recommend changing. What does this do? You need to read my guide if you don't know what this does. This is basic 101 stuff. So you did the main parent controller. So you don't need to do all of these as well. You can just do the GPU and its parent controller and set them to the same thing. But to be honest, I don't think that makes much of a difference. So I don't bother myself most of the time. I have it on this computer. So normally the only things I do are this one and your input devices, which you can find out where your input devices are by going back to the default screen, opening up, say, your mouse, highlighting it, then going into devices by connection, and it'll basically unfold it. And then you can go all the way up to where the controller is, then you can right click that controller, do properties, and see where the location is. So then you know the name of it, and then you know the location of it. And then you can find it in the interrupt policy tool. Yeah, so you can make sure it's correct. Do you know a way to go back to the default interrupts? You have to find it in here and then delete mask, or you could unplug it and then clear it as a device, I suppose, and then plug it back in again. But obviously that's a bit difficult to do if it's hardwired into your motherboard. Normally deleting mask will just get rid of it. PCI for the GPU, you can't see it in the middle D, just see it if you set it to the right core. The PCI for the, yeah, you can't see it in the Melody one. You won't see the GPU, you won't see the thingy for that. Why are my chickens going mad outside? Yeah, that's pretty basic. Delete mask for everything I change. Yeah, definitely do that. Right, should we go back to doing this? I'm pretty sure this is not stable, so we'll see what the thing is. So in order to run Y Cruncher, you need to download it, you need to double click it, and you need to do the following options. You need to do 1 for stress tester, then to 8, even though 8 isn't shown there, to clear all the list of tests it's going to do. And then you type 18 in for doing just the VT3 test. So 1, then 8, then 18, and then 0 to run it. And that will test, you'll then start getting errors. Got errors already. So I know that I can't run this frequency on this computer. It's too high a frequency. So that's a good way of checking that. So I'm going to go back to where we were in the BIOS, and we're going to undo that change. Okay, I will do that and come back. After I delete, do I restart my PC for a bit? Yes, you need to delete for it to play. Yeah, the only ones worth really doing are your GPU and your USB device controller. That's it. I might change my guide to get rid of the parent thing for the... Have I missed this again? I swear I pressed delete there and it's gone straight past it. Oh, annoying. I might change my install guide just to say just do these two, because it doesn't make a massive difference doing the parent controller for the GPU as well. Not really. So let's try rebooting and me actually remembering to hold the delete key, shall I? I need to like play some elevator music or something in the background. Some non... How do we... Is there a website or something where you can play music that isn't copyrighted? Just some like chill music. Because I hate not listening to music. I always listen to music. I can't do it while I'm streaming. It's really annoying. Anybody got any suggestions? Don't give me links because they won't work, but just to be clear, I'm going to press delete mask on all my PCI. It should be fine. Yes, that will just reset it back to defaults. Yeah, get rid of all of them that you've changed other than your GPU and the USB controller. Just delete masks. That should put everything back to default. Right, what are we doing? OCing, aren't we? We're OCing, O-dancing. 7,800 is too much for this motherboard, clearly. Should we try 7,600? Wait. Where's this one? Try it. 7,600. I don't like the way that's CL36 though. Maybe I'd be happy with 7600 or 7400 if it was 34 still. But there's no 34 option there, so. Okay, so let's try this. See if this is any better. What's it done to the voltages out of curiosity? Okay, so we've gone back to default voltages almost. Right, so F10 to save. So yeah, we've gone 7600. Okay. All right. Alrighty, ready. I want to find some music. How can I do that? How can I do that? How can I do that? Royalty-free music you can listen to on Twitch. They used to have a plugin for this. Stream Safe Music. What was it? Sponsored. Oh, it has a lot of sponsored things. Music options for streamers. Twitch help. I'll look at that first. Free. Chill hop music. How do we do that? That sounds nice. Chill hop. Outer tone by root note or NCS. What's NCS? Stream beats. Oh, they're companies, no, not type. Okay, so that's suggesting these ones. Should we try one? Okay, how do I do this? Chill hop. Probably have to create a channel, right? Stream by. Slow mornings. I just want you to play it. I don't want to download it. Just let me play it. Spotify, listen on Apple Music, YouTube. Okay, let's play it on YouTube. That might work. Am I getting adverts though constantly? You guys probably can't hear that yet. I need to enable it, I think on my desktop or something. It's an hour's worth of music. Okay. That's quite chill. All right, let me add an audio source so you guys can hear it. Chrome. Oh, wait. Wait, am I? Yeah, I am streaming on Chrome. Chrome. Right, do you hear that? Probably too loud. I mean, probably need to turn it down a bit. Background music. This is an hour of royalty-free chill-out music. I think that's too loud. About there. That's getting to minus 20 decibels-ish. And I'm a little bit louder, so that's probably don't want it that high actually. That's alright, yeah? Is that too loud, too quiet? Just want some background chill, that's all I want. Yeah? Bill says good. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Right, what were we doing? I like that. I need music. I don't like sitting in front of a computer and not listening to music or playing a game. Right. So what are these timings it's given us? Should we do a bit of benchmarking just to see if it's better or worse? I'm going to do this again if this is any good. Come on, come on. Right, that's good. That's a very good number, 123,000. All right. I'm not going to do the copy again, that's just way too long. I think the latency will be worse. $103. That's not too bad. Let's have a look at the latency. Well, before XMP was about 58.9, I think it was. Or we had it originally. $57.2, so it's a bit better. Even though, what are we running? We're running 7, what's the calculation? 36 divided by 7,600 times 3,000. 9.47, so we've actually, should be worse really, but now let's check out Y Cruncher. Now remember the number sequence, we've got to go 1 for benchmark, stress test, 8 to reset all the tests, 18 to add just that VT test, and then 0 to start it. Right, let's see if we get some errors. You sure that's not too loud? That's actually quite loud for me. Dip it a bit and it'll still be good, okay. Right, tell me if that's any better. That's 5 less decibels. You need to work on the subtimings before you see a real improvement. I just want to know what frequency I can run. At the moment, I can work on the timings afterwards. No quieter than that. You can only just hear it now. Maybe it's quiet moment in music. No, it's not quiet moment. It's just quite loud. All right, let's go back to that one. Try that. I just don't want it overpowering, not being able to hear me. I mean, I've got my own volume control knob I can listen to these on, so maybe up one more at most, okay. Okay, let's go on that one. Take it up another notch. Past one loop, hooray! I can adjust mine down a little bit. I need to get the spreadsheet out and start recording stats for these, don't I? These memory things. So I'm going to start doing tuning for memory. How much of the season we got left? Oh, it's the Fortnite season stats working again on the Discord. 68% of the season's done. So we've still got another 24 days. Is it a new chapter next one? Or... not a new chapter, is it? Avatar stuff, yeah, we get May the 4th stuff, don't we? On the 3rd. May the 4th be with you. They've obviously got a reoccurring Star Wars contract. I have to do every year now. We get the blooming lightsabers back every time. Ugh. We're only in season 2 of this chapter, really? No. So bad. I'm curious as to how my temperatures are doing. So let's wait, what? Does that work? It's not working. Where's my mouse not working? Oh, I don't like that. Is my computer frozen? That's frozen. Yeah, that's frozen, I think. Computer says no. Yeah, that's frozen. Okay. I don't think we're going to do memory overclocking. I think we just use XMP and then try and tighten the timings a bit. Because it doesn't look like this. Yeah, I've got no lights on my keyboard at all. I don't know whether it's just being slow, the fact I switched it. But it's been 612 for a while down there, hasn't it? Alright, I've got no input. I'm going to have to power it down manually. Press and hold the power key. That's not good for our operating system. Alright, all the fans are stopped. Back up again, hold delete key, undo. Not enough voltage. Okay. EQ, works in most sticks. Yeah, as I say, I'm not an expert in overclocking memory. So trial and error is my guide normally. But I don't know, I think we'll just go back to what we had and then we'll just kind of tweak the timings a little bit. Yeah, I never know whether you should just, if you're going to manually change some of the XMP things, whether you should turn it off and then just copy all the settings manually. I've read some places they say it actually helps stabilize having XMP on, and I've read other places that say having XMP on at the same time as doing manual overclocking makes it worse. So in my experience from my old PC, having XMP on enabled makes it less stable if you're not actually running the XMP. Yeah, that's quite high. I think I run what 1.55 volts on my other memory in my other PC, but that's XMP 1.5 out of the box, so I had to go a bit higher for the overclocking. XMP is broken on DDR5. See, I kind of know what I'm doing on DDR4 for overclocking. I haven't got a clue what I'm doing on DDR5 overclocking. I really don't. Well, I kind of just want to leave it. But I do want to get the sub-timings would help a lot with those lows. I've upped that already manually. I mean, used to be able to put like 9999 in there, hit return, and then it would give you what, 65,000 something. Now it's giving you 262,000. So does that mean REFI can go up to 262,000? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, the safe numbers before, conservative, I mean, safe would be like 32,000 for DDR4. Medium tight would be about 40,000. And then if you go to extreme, it would be 65,000 something. Or 66,000 something. I can't even remember. You need sub 30 for that to work, do you? Yeah, probably. So I don't know. DDR5, I just don't know how to overclock it. I really don't. Are there any kind of online guides on overclocking or DDR5? There's some good ones for DDR4, but I haven't found one for DDR5. Or do you need like a special calculator that calculates all the settings for you? I don't think I can change these live either in the operating system like you could if I had an ASUS board. If I had an ASUS board, I could do it live. Billzoid bid would help. Bids. Vids. Alright. Okay. There's Unlucky Cry. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, the default for this is 7,000. So we set it to auto. It's actually 7,000. I mean, I don't know whether I could tighten any of these a bit. Also, what? It's got the lucky modes as well up here, like mode 1, 2, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, no idea. And then you've got the memory force thing. So you've seen this before? Memory force will show you, well, it normally shows you. Why is that working? Why is that not helping? There we go, memory force. We'll do in the help tab. So those little bars on the right, the more they are to the right, I think the more stable they are, and the more to the left they are, the less stable they are, but the more you've probably overclocked it. So I normally kind of try and line them up with the lettering. So we're kind of at the bottom of the R there for force, and kind of the beginning of the, well, between the O and the R there for that one. You can normally do that. You're a lifesaver, man, I swear it worked. Oh, good. Yep. Good. Good to hear it. Try 34, 44, 56. What are the thingies that I need to reboot? I need to reboot to see what the standard ones are. I can't remember what they actually are. Or did I take a picture? Actually, I might take a picture. I'm taking a photo. I think I might have taken a photo. Yeah, I did. Cool. 34, 45, 45, 15. So normally this is 2N. Then this is 45. 45. Oh, hang on. 45. But again, we're mixing. Or do you do auto? One of these is kind of new. There's 3 45s now. I think you do that, don't you? TRAS is normally 115. And then TRFC is normally 574. All right. Yeah, 574. So these are all the XMP ones I've just put in right now. We're not going to do subtimings. So that's what XMP is. Hang on. Don't do anything, so you can set them to 1. Okay. When I first, wait. When I first made those changes to my CPU megahertz was almost 11,000. I'm sorry, what? You had an 11 gigahertz CPU and your computer didn't blow up. Now it's 6 gigahertz. Well, I know that must be just reported wrong. Your computer would just explode if you ran that. I mean, the world record is what? What's the world record? 9. I think the world record is 9 right now. 9 gigahertz, and that's with liquid helium. There's no way you got 11 gigahertz. You've just set a new world record if you have. Well, your CPU, no, it's being reported wrong then. Yeah, or we're talking about something different. I don't know. I posted a world record video recently, and they managed to get it to 9 point something gigahertz. This CPU that I've got, but you have to use liquid nitrogen or helium or something to do it. $11. Sure it didn't. You sure it wasn't just 1? Sorry, it shows up on memory tweak it. Yeah, I can't use memory tweak it, can I, on an MSI board? It's only for AMD, yeah? What? I don't think we're talking about the same thing. You're talking about the CPU speed, right? I don't know what you're talking about, but it can't be 10 gigahertz because you've literally just set a world record by a long way. All right. So where are we doing right now? So what are you talking about then if you're not talking about the CPU? Are you talking about the DDR speed? Is that what you're talking about? Because there is an option for setting, you can run, you're talking about DDR speed, right? That's different. Yeah, there is an overclocking option in here, look, for memory load presets. Look at this. So they've, obviously MSI have been trying 10,000. But look, you have to run it at 1.8 volts. No, I'm not trying that. I'll blow up my PC or kill my memory, so I'm not going anywhere near that. I did try this one. I mean, that might be worth trying. The benchmark 7600 3L32. That might be worth trying. Maybe bump it up to 34. I don't know. Yeah, but mine's downclocked at the moment because I've got C states on. If I didn't have C states on, that would say 5.9. That would say 5.9. So I'm in the power saving BIOS. I'm in the BIOS right now. But if I fix the clocks, then that would say 5.9. Okay, so where are we? What are we doing? Where are we? What are we doing? Falling asleep from this music, I don't know. So these are all things. So anybody got any recommendations? What GPU do you have? I have a 4080 Super, and it's bored out of its mind in Fortnite. You know what would make those changes though? I barely made any adjustments, and my mega shot up by crazy. Did you do the? I don't know. You must have changed something in. You must have changed something in your BIOS. Yeah, I tried DX12 the other day, Paul. It's horrible. It'll boot, but it's 3 times the stuttering in performance mode. 3. The percentage was kind of big red slice of pie on the chart. Nasty. That's after running all the shader cache as well. interrupt policy configuration that changed it, I'm pretty sure. I don't know, Stepper. Sorry. I can't speculate on that one. Never seen it myself. Right, anyway, so I need to decide on what these memory settings are going to be. So somebody in all that chat giving me some suggestions. I'm putting it to 10. I think what to 10? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much there as well, Lunacy. I mean, not making a huge difference in game. It might help. My old PC, I got 6% better averages, and I got 6% better lows when I overclocked my memory. And tuned all the subtimings, so that was worth doing. But I honestly don't know what on earth I'm doing here for DDR5. Do you want to be going down? I don't know. Oh, wait. You know what I did want to do? I wanted to make sure it's training every time. I want it to train every time at the moment because we're changing it. F10. Yeah, Zeppo did some testing, posted it in the Discord. Train, my pretty, train. Curious. All right, it's going to compare with my picture of the timings. Sent to guide. What, for DDR5? Okay, let's have a look. Didn't like that, did it? Memory overclock failed. I think I can't run XMP at the same time. It's a fragile little thing, this. Hey, who keeps changing that? It's not me. That's a bit cheeky. Right, let's read this guide a bit. Okay, come on, yeah, stop explaining stuff and just tell me what to do. Ay. Come on. IC identification. Okay, so yeah, great. Alright, so I first need to go into CPU Z and check what kind of die I'm running. Where did I see that earlier? It was A die. I'm pretty sure it was A die. It's not even listed. Right, let's go into CPU Z. You have hijinks A die, yeah. Why is it the first 30 seconds after booting up, everything just gets... Something's waiting on something. Yep, SK hijinks, okay. So what am I looking at? Frequency scaling. I can go up to, according to this, I can only go up to 7,000. This guide, and I'm already running 7,200, so what do I do now? Call it a day at XMP, I think. Sambo, you use the one. Okay, it's kind of gone out of control, this time resolution stuff. Right. So, why am I 1.5s? Well, that's interesting. That should all be 1.0s. What's going on there? What is going on there? What have I changed? Is it since I've changed my CPU and undervolted it, I now need to change this? Good job you asked. Oh, we're imbalanced. That's why it's 1.5s. We need to go into a performance one that doesn't have parking. Now run it. There we go. You're getting the occasional 1.4s, 1.5s. It's normally where it goes immediately from all 1.4s, 1.5s down to some mostly 1.0s. That's normally where you do it. You don't need to keep going up well after you found that drop off. It's the lowest value. So, like for example, 501, they're all 1.4s, 1.5s. So, and then I just keep going. Go to 2. Try it again. 1.4s still. So, and then I go to 3. Damn it. Close the wrong window. So no, that's no good. All still 1.4s, 1.5. So then I go to 4. There we go. And I've got my answer. So mine should be 504. And that's how you do it. You don't need to keep going and then looking for a better one. My standard deviation isn't very good though. What's going on there? I've got something else running. That's really bad standard deviation. What's going on? I just want to double check it's all of them that's doing the weird standard deviation. Normally my standard deviation is almost nothing. 1,284. So you want low average and you want a low standard deviation. Still 1,700. What is going on? Some kind of overclock thing I've done. Yeah, but I think we're back on XMP, aren't we, at the moment? Yeah, this is really bad. I don't know what I've done to change this, but it shouldn't be like this. I need to go and check my timings. Still 2,000. What the? What have I done? I do not know. Your average should be in the kind of 0.100s, and so this average should be about 100, and this standard deviation should be almost nothing. So I've obviously done something to make it bad. And I don't know what it is. Go and check the BIOS again, see if I done something weird. Or it's the fan control or something. I don't know, that's really weird. What was I going to do? Just going to put it back to 504. Maybe the memory's being unstable or something. My timings. I reset the profile, which is XMP plus this TRFI, which is normally about 7,000 for XMP. So I loaded the preset profile. I don't know what that is, to be honest. What's doing that? Try to do it in spare times. Primary is 1 day stress test, secondary is bedtime. Good one. What have I done? Bright's off. Lucky mode's off. Everything else is also. And make sure it's training every time. Should all be default. Let's go and check the timer resolution again. Check it again, check it again. How's it doing? How's it doing? Takes its sweet time, doesn't it, training? Okay, got a keyboard up at least now. Let me have a look at timer resolution. What is it that's pausing the computer right now? It's just doing it for everything. Weird. This wasn't like this the other day, so obviously something I've changed. Obviously the new BIOS has done it. Maybe it's the underclock, the undervolt. Should not be that bad at all. And I mean, this is normally about 38, not 2038. This is normally about 120, not 1467. So why am I getting this? Why am I getting it? What's the con host? What's that? Runtime broker. See, maybe this is it. Don't want any rules on that. Remove all rules. See, removing all rules should get rid of the sets. I need to talk to the developer about that. Maybe that was it. Maybe it's putting it on some E-cores. Any other rules? There we go. Look, another con host. Remove all rules. Okay. So now we should have no CPU set rules. No CPU set rules. What other rules have we got? These are on efficiency. Should be fine. Right, see if that fixes it. No, still getting loads of 1.5s. Why? I want to rule out something I've done in the operating system. I'm going to boot into my other environment. I love having problems I didn't have before. Like Fortnite. Breaking stuff that wasn't a problem. What's done it? What's done it, people? Come on.
sweetie, it's Mom here. I just wanted to let you know that your room is all set up and ready for you. We can't wait to have you back.
I'm looking for other music.
Is cleaning.
Oh, let's do an ad.
Slowing down your evening.
That's an advert.
It's an easy way. New flash spray wipe gun with a plant-based ingredient. A mighty misting spray, a grease-busting wipe, and you're done.
Yeah, thanks for that. Right, let's have a look on this. Two. Well, let's see if this is the same. I don't even know what I've got this set to be honest. Five 507, okay. Still really high. So it's got to be something we've done in the BIOS. Got to be something we've done in the BIOS, because that's still really high. Still really high. I mean, as I say, this was on about 100, and that was on pretty much 0. There's something in the BIOS we've done this to get. I mean, is that indicating an issue with the stability of the CPU? Go back in the BIOS. So we're running XMP at the moment, and we're running stock. Could have been, no, C states? Could it be C states doing it? Turn off C states and see if that's better. Well, it takes a long time to reboot. Ugh. Come on, reboot already. So slow. I don't think we've got anything weird going on here. Do you think the voltage offset maybe is doing it? Everything else is auto. I think I'm going to take off the voltage offset. And I'm going to take off C states. So taking off the voltage offset and C states. See if it's better now. And if it is better, we'll put one on and then not the other on. Try and narrow it down. Wow, this takes so long when it has to train the memory every time. This music's sending me to sleep. The C-shapes are off and no undervolting. And slow running. Look at that. That's way better. Okay, now our averages are getting better, but then deviation's a little high, but it's way better. We were in the thousands before here. Let's leave the computer to finish starting up. So it's either the undervolt or it's the C states. I mean, look, average 105, that's pretty good. So I suspect it's the C states. And what I'm giving up right now, if I have C states off, is I'm giving up the ability to boost up to 6.2. But you don't get that in game anyway. What, did we actually test C states off earlier? I suspect it's just the C states. All right, we're going to go back into the BIOS and well, we're fixing problems, but far too slowly at the moment. We're finding solutions, but we're finding more problems than we're fixing. I suppose it's all good learning. I'm going to put the undervolt back on again. I'm going to put the memory change I did for our REFI back on again. Because most of the benchmarks we've done have been with the XMP with the REFI bumped up a bit. Which lowers the latency. Yeah. What did we have it on? 66,000 before. We had it on that. And we had the undervolt on. Yep, so let's remember that. So I've turned that lot. So we've left C states, so we're assuming that C states is the issue here. I'm a bit disappointed in the little switch on the front of my GPU that when you switch it from silent to gaming, you expect it to be actually better performance in gaming, and it's actually worse. I'm a bit disappointed in that, to be honest. I wonder what the difference in specs are between the two BIOSes for the GPU. If this is better, I think I'm going to rerun the latest Fortnite replay. See if I got better performance than I did earlier. C states off. We want to wait a minute, don't we? What is pausing that right now? Honestly. Yeah, so it's C states is the answer to that. Look how consistent that is now. I think I've only seen one 1.5. There you go, average 106. So the answer there was C states. That's why I was getting more weird stuff. It was obviously trying to check the frequency and change it all the time. So I think I'm going to run my C states off. What I am going to do though is let's bench Fortnite now with the C states off. You guys still awake? Still there? Sorry to cause fuss. No, it's good, Sambo. I wouldn't have known that otherwise, so wouldn't have known I had a problem. So yeah, so you just want to go to the lowest value where you get all 1.0s. The lowest value. Don't keep going after that. Just do the lowest one where it suddenly drops. I've really given up crown grinding this season, haven't I? It's just, I normally get at least 10 a day, and at the moment, I'll be lucky if I get 3 games a day in, let alone 10 crowns. Keep the time. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. Gameplay. Ready, steady, go.
Capture started.
So no more boosting up to 6.2. But as they say, wasn't happening in game anyway. What's the split here? If we're watching on that. I turn the gain down a bit. How do I do that? Do you want to hear the Elgato? Do you want to hear the game while the music's playing, or should we stop the music while the replay's going, or should we just leave them both running together? I don't know. It's okay playing both, isn't it? I think it's fine. I need to work out why my time's not syncing when you log in.
Capture finished.
we go. Best ever. That's nearest makes no difference. Oh, we got that point where there's not really a lot in it, is there? But I wouldn't be surprised if the latency is a lot lower. We've got less stuttering here, slightly. Hello. Yeah, we put it on the shopping list like a week ago. Sorry. What are we looking at? So max clocks. Look, the max clocks makes no difference at all whether the C state's on or off. It's never getting to the 6.2. We are using a little bit more power now, so we've gone from 173 up to 184, and the average has gone from 144 to 153. The temperature's gone up by 2 degrees centigrade as a result of that. But the timer will be more accurate when you're playing, which is a good thing. GPUs, nearest makes no difference. I mean, GPU temps, like 34, that's so, it's bored. All right, so I think we're gonna keep that situation, disable C states in the BIOS for your CPU. So we'll keep that one. In terms of sync, 7.4, 7.1, actually 4.3. Oh, you can't do 4.3? Alright. Leave it on 4. I know for a fact that my, we did it last night, it was 7.1 for the input for end to end, so this is kind of an offset to estimate the monitor and the mouse. And this is what you end up results with. So you can kind of change it so it's accurate. Yeah, but I can't put points in. Look at standard deviation. Oh wow, look at that, 12.8. I don't think I've ever seen a 12.8. It's basically a measure of how much your FPS goes up and down. The lower the number, the less it's deviating. So you want the lowest possible number. So that's really good. All right, I think we're getting there. I'm curious what the Cinebench score is right now. Well, that's come down a little bit because of the additional heat. I don't know. Sure nothing extra's running. Let's run a Cinebench, see where we are. So 42,000 to beat. And my fans need to ramp up. Hello. Are they not ramping up? Why aren't my fans ramping up? $41,900, so pretty much the same. But why aren't my fans ramping up right now? They should have been on 100% there, almost instantly. Can we put this on top or something? Okay, let's run it again and watch how long it takes to get to 100%. Ready? We're at 40 degrees centigrade right now. Ready to go. Wait, did that start? Or did it start? Why isn't that starting? Okay, it's being weird. Stop being weird. Not ramped up, not ramped up, not ramped up. That's being really slow ramping up. Is it because we deprioritized this? Or put it on? What did we do to fan control? We put it in efficiency mode, we put it in idle. Alright, so let's remove that rule. And instead of putting it in idle, let's just move it over to an equal. CPU set always equals. Right. I might actually restart it. Terminate. Oh no, actually just restart. I can just do a restart. And that's now putting it into normal. Okay, let's see how long they take to ramp up now. 41,949. It like that restart, did it? Alright, that looks better now. So we need to keep an eye, see how long it takes to these to get to 100% after I kick this test off. Oh, hang on. Still taking way too long. Now they're up to 100s. Ah, look. Oh, no, that is right. Over the core maxes. Actually gone down. We're going the wrong way around here. Where's my 42,000 one? What can I do with this? My response time is as low as it can go, 1 second. It seems it's lower than that because this is hogging up all the CPU, so it takes time. Yeah, it's sending me to sleep as well, mate. How do I get my fans to ramp up more? Maybe I should just have a fan curve right now, just send them all to max. A way of doing that? Set everything to max for CPU. How would we do that? Minimum fan curve. Put that to 100. Really? Why wouldn't they let me do that? Alright, so that starts on a minimum of 99. Let's see what we get. An option just to have sending everything to max. The step's already on 5%, which is the biggest it can go to. Here we go, we're back up to 42 again now. I don't know why that was being slow, but I don't really want higher than 50 when it's not running that hot. 37, otherwise it's going to be loud all the time. It's just being slow to respond, and I think it's because as soon as Cinebench kicks off, it basically hogs all the CPU processing, and then this doesn't update every second. I think that's okay on eCores, to be honest. So I've just got it on the eCores now. I haven't got it in efficiency mode, so it just runs on normal priority. Why can I smell jam cooking? Somebody's making jam. That's weird. Okay, still on 42,000. Cool, cool. So we've got really good stats for Fortnite. We've got really good stats for Cinebench. How are the latency numbers looking? Probably really bad because I've got 16 eCores and hyperthreading on. It's not great, but it's a comparative thing. As long as they're coming down, that's what's important. If I took off eCores and took off hyperthreading, these would be normal. But I want the eCores for running things in the background. And I want hyperthreading because that seems to help in high intensity situations in Fortnite where your FPS drops. Seems to stabilize it a bit, even though it's worse latency generally. I'm not too unhappy with that. Let's see. My memory latency. Right, 7 o'clock. I might just call it there for playing around with tuning stuff. I might play some games. I don't know, Paul, whether you're on a bit later. Not great latency, 59.3. I swear we had that on about 58 before, didn't we? Try it again. 9.3. There we go, 58.4. Okay, sometimes I normally run the latency things like and the other things in here 3 times and just kind of see whether one's whatever's the lowest one I normally take. I mean, that's all right. I mean, it's not terrible at all. All right, let me run some cleanup things. I'm worried that all these crashes earlier when we were running the load line calibration and the undervolting and the memory overclocking may have corrupted something in the Windows Store, so let's just double check that that's all right. I might play some Fortnite. just giving an update to CyberPower UK at the moment. The situation is, they did suggest I could send the computer back, but I don't want to do that. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think the better BIOS has helped. I don't think there's anything wrong with the CPU. Even if I RMA'd the CPU, I think I'd have exactly the same problems with another one. We've figured out what the problem was with the saving in the BIOS. That's really fast, by the way. We figured that out. Do a bit of cleaning up. What curve did you use for your CPU? Auto with the offset, auto and offset. So it's offset mode, which uses auto, and then I've just done minus 0.05 volts, so 50 millivolts. Try using linear one. I think you can enable a thing called, no, I don't know what that is, mate. I mean, this is pretty stable, 5.9 gigahertz. Just sits there. Just sits there. While you're gaming, won't drop. Just sit at 5.9. It's fine. Only when you're running something like Cinebench or Prime 95 that the temperatures will then actually just reduce the clock speeds. And by turning off C states, I don't have the ability to briefly peak up to 6.2, but I mean, it doesn't seem to have made any difference to the Cinebench score, because you're pretty much downclocking a little bit anyway. You're not going up, and in game that never goes up anyway. So anytime that ever seems to happen, going up to 6.2 is on desktop idle. That's useless. Yeah, cleaning up. The monitor. Cleaning up, cleaning up. I could remove all my shader cache as well, but do I want to do that? Do I want to do that? I over cleaned last time. Oh wait. I should probably check auto runs as well to make sure there's nothing running in here that is now dead. Come up as yellow if I've removed something and it's no longer there. Okay, phone control. That's far off bound. But that does work. So not touching that. Log on. It's the only thing I'm using for log on. Services. Turn off all the MSI ones. Don't know if I need that Thunderbolt one. Not really using anything Thunderbolt. Going on. I've got too much at the moment. I don't want the downloads directory. I cleaned out my downloads directory last time. I didn't want that. Nope, no, not yet. Maybe leave the shadow copies and downloads. Yeah, that should be fine. Clean it all out. Done. And done. Right. I still don't know why the time isn't updating on it properly. Right. want to find a way of automatically closing the Epic Games Launcher once Fortnite has started. There's got to be a way of doing that. Got to be a way of doing that. But then you probably need it open when you're doing updates or changing settings, and then you kind of need it open for. So if you've got processor C auto closing it all the time, so yeah, maybe that's not such a great idea. That's all fine. Don't open the Epic Games Launcher. I have a short enough. Yeah, but that still opens it, doesn't it, Bill? Well, that still opens it in your task tray. I'm pretty sure it just puts it straight into your task tray. It's still there. Pretty sure it does. Still be here. Yeah, jump on the PC later. I'm on the wrong screen, and that's going to crash it. Is it going to crash it? Okay, I need to switch to my display port. I'm on my, show you guys my BIOS HDMI port. So I can at least see my HDMI port. So I need to put the HDMI, the display port cable back in again. Hang on. So, looking at 60 FPS. I wonder if it disconnected the monitor. I think I actually disconnected all the drivers for the monitor, given that I ran that driver booster clean up, didn't I? All right, I'm going to stop the go away, fly. Stop the chill music. I quite like that. I might put a desktop shortcut for that or something. So can I just whack a desktop shortcut here? Just open that for chill music in the future. I quite like it. It's a blooming fly on my screen. Get off. Go away. Don't do that. Right, if we change monitors, no, we haven't yet, have we? Input source, display ports. Ooh, shinier. Well, that pumped up the fans. Hello. Woke you up. Well, you mean you actually want 360 FPS now? Yes, yes I do. Well, I better show it to you then. Et voilà. Bonjour. Ça va? Oui, oui, non, non. Oh, that's frozen. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Because I've basically added a new monitor, and then Fortnite's gone, what? I don't think so. What's going on here? Let's just double check everything's good. Yeah, 361 and 60 for that one. That's fine. All right. Now start it back up again. Also, adding the overlay after you start Fortnite can cause issues. So, yeah, away from that one. All right, anybody on? I need to start that up. That's the end of the day. close the window. First game of the day. Right, do I need my extra bright light on over on the left? Or is it not too bad with just one, is it? Let's go with one. No. I'm putting a serviette on my lap. I'm putting the thing on my lap. What am I on today? Not planet Earth. Alright. So pump up that volume. I've got no game volume, which means... Oh, no, I do. Just no background. I can hear that. Don't let me stand up again. Let me stand up again. Yeah, Bill, I don't know whether you saw the games yesterday, but my God, they were sweaty. It's like I was just being completely demolished in seconds by some people. My hit rate was good, but yeah, they were insane. So I think I lost 4 or 5 in a row. Bot lobbies. There's just no chance that they're bot lobbies. I mean, it was... Take our normal sweaty ones, which we say, look, this is crazy, and then times that by 10 yesterday. What were my results yesterday? Yeah, look, lost 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row, and they were just insanely sweaty. I was having to just... That's why I'm in the skin right now. I mean, I had to get 23 kills to get a win yesterday. That's the game I had to play. I was headshot sniping everybody. The only way I was going to win one. Quick snipe the sweat in the head, and then follow it up. And no one was fighting each other endgame at all. No one. So it was basically me versus the lobby in the last 10. No one would fight each other, and they'd wait until a pair had pushed me. And then I killed them and got weak, and then all the others would just bundle in, and I just have to run away, try and heal, and do it again. And then it was getting to the stage where the circles were getting so small, I couldn't run away after each fight. So I was just losing the end games. Yeah, I missed you yesterday. I played some with Caitlin. Okay, 2 second places. I haven't been on Ship's stream for ages. I don't know what he's up to at the moment. Rap had a game like that earlier. Yeah, it's gone mental. I mean, look, let me show you this one. Where was it? Was it this one? I swear this guy aimbotted me. I reported him, but I'm surprised I haven't got a thing today saying he's been aimbotted. I mean, watch this. Watch this, right? So fighting a team over here on the left, and then on my right, 2 guys fly in from the right. Right? These 2 come flying from the right. Watch my health. Right? Alright, watch what he does, and watch his aim. More importantly, watch his aim. Right, I'm going to slow it down, 50%. Right, watch where he's aiming. He's aiming to the left right now. And then, can you see that? I don't know whether you saw that or not, but his aim literally snaps across dead on me. Watch. This is as slow as I can make it. Watch this. So he's looking over to the left. Look where his gun's pointing. I hit him quite a bit. Watch his aim. Get ready. There, did you see that snap? I mean, if that's not aimbot cheating, I don't know what is. That wasn't over there smooth, start firing. That was literally snap, stop, shoot. That is definitely aimbotting. I mean, look, he's hit every single bullet. Definitely aimbotting. So what's your full speed? Ready? That's it. That's just typical aimbot. There's no. These are the lobbies I had yesterday. Definitely cheating. It was, yeah, the recall, but it was the snap that did it for me. There was the instant snap, and it's not like he went across and kept going. He literally went that way, and then it just locked on. I had the mythic on him. I mean, all right, ready? You can see where his reticle is right now with the white dot, right? In the middle. You can see in the middle. So he's looking at my bot. See where the reticle is. And then it's gone there. And it just snaps across. And then he doesn't miss a bullet while I'm in the bush. Dodgy as hell. Dodgy as hell. But yeah, that was all of yesterday. I don't know what was going on with the lobbies. It was definitely not bot lobbies yesterday in any way, shape or form. Right, let's try and run a solo duo and then have a look. Keep an eye on these. 48s, we like 48s, that's nice and cool. So if we can keep in the 50s or low 60s, that's way better than ship's 80s. He's hitting 80s for his system. Not even good stats. Yeah. Well, they probably don't play much Fortnite, so they bought the cheap pack so that when they did play Fortnite, they could kill people. It's not just all the pros using the cheats. It's little Timmy as well. Right, so I deleted all my shader cache, so it's going to be a bit bumpy for the first game, I think. Bit of clean up, didn't I? Yeah, that's not sus at all, is it? Come on, that's not sus at all. We went from 8% win rate the previous season to 40% this season. Yeah, you get that much better overnight. 3 KD to 14. I mean, if that's not purchasing a cheat, I don't know what is. I find that stuff amusing. Why have I got no internet? I've got 6% upload packet loss. Okay, I'm taking off exit lag. We do that. See, sometimes exit lag is bad and you have to quickly pop into it. Brussels server, but I'm going to take it off and then hopefully it will reconnect in game. And why have I gone blurry? Still gone blurry. I don't know why I'm blurry. And I'm low. Why have I gone blurry? Somebody explain. Okay, I've got no packet loss anymore now. So as I say, 99% of the time exit lag works great. Sometimes it just goes crazy. Why am I blurry? Is it because the light's gone down and I need to put my other camera on? I think I need to put my other camera on, I think. No, it should be bright enough. Something's landed on it, maybe. There we go. That's weird. Too many distractions. I need to focus up. Come on, why can't I talk to her? Hello? What is going on? I was pressing talk and nothing was happening. I think there's more lights on in here. And 9 ping. 8 ping. I want to go and get these guys. What is that? Look at that light. What's that about? How are my temperatures? 60, 61, 59. That's really good. For this CPU running this amount of power, that's really good. I'm happy with that. Not annoying at all. No, no, no. Please, keep doing that. We love Fortnite, bugs. What? Somebody's sniping? I need that train. I need that train. Been done. I'm pointing that train. Really? We're a DMR apparently. I need a car and I'm gonna go get a sniper. $4 hours? 4 hours, 5 minutes. What do you need? 4 hours of tuning and then I thought I'd play some actual games. Because at some point you just have to bite the bullet. Ugh. Better. Oh, I can't. Oh, oh. Can't have two, can I? only I could have 2. Right. How are my frames looking? Oh, I like all that blueness that was just there a minute ago. Was that while I was in the car? That's... Ooh, double coins here already. Need to focus them. Take them out of the lobby early. Should be able to clean up a decent 20 bomb. Although this is going to open soon. It's going to open in the storm though, isn't it? I need a lot more sniper bullets. Where am I going to get them from? Where is everybody? Honestly, there's no bots in these lobbies hardly at all. Just full on sweats. I'm really happy with my CPU temperatures. They're in the 50s. Oh, it says that, and they pick up to 70 there, is it? Where are these guys? I really want to go low ground. Yeah, that was a good call. Not going low ground was a good call there. Oh, there they are, way over there. 160. Oh, something with that, something with that. 116. Hey, good hit, Reg. With this new network card in. Definitely good hit, Reg, with this new network card. Well, old network card, moved across from the previous one. They like fighting each other. Bullet drop extreme. What the hell? No. Well, those two teams I think are about to fight each other, but I don't really want to go too far. Oh, I'll take some of those though. I've only got 1 sniper bullet left. Okay, when am I going to get more snipes? That's a problem. Got lack of movement. I really need a bunker. How do I get here? What's the quickest way to get here? I've taken that car already. I've got no thingy. That game feels really nice. They've now split. That was my last sniper bullet. I hope he's got a load. 18, that'll do. That'll do to be getting on. Is there a car in the road down here in front of me? I don't really want to go all the way down to that one. Is he chasing me, that guy there? He seems to be chasing me. Yeah, somebody on my right. They've got the same idea as I have. Head for the bunker. Well, somebody dumped a car, but they dumped it that way, indicating that they were going away from the bunker. So it's been a fight here. Maybe not. I need to get on with this. I don't want to mess around at all. Okay, it's good to go. Where's that coin? They've gone to the island. They're on the island. 3 kills. I mean, these lobbies. It's just bonkers. There is no way that these are bot lobbies. None. They're bunkered up there? I mean, come on. They're not doing it. Bit potato-y, what's going on there? There's one. Teleporting around. How come they're fighting up there? Can't be fighting if they're raising the flag. I don't know where to be here. Don't really want to push 2v1 on top of the island. And the island's got height, so... I don't know where to be. Still got height. Wherever I go, it's got height. Got a team here. Bullet drop was ridiculous. I just don't know where to be, and my bot is taking forever to come with me. And I just hear some shooting that way. I need the next circle, really. I just don't know where to go. 3 coins. Lobbies. There we go. Well, they're pushing them now. Right, where's he just gone? I'm not even going to touch this. Wait, that's not, that's a, what? Why is that highlighted? Why is he highlighted? Why did he have a little arrow on top? That means he's on my side, doesn't it? What has happened? He had a little arrow on his head, which means he's on my side. Or he's a bot. What? I don't understand what's going on. I need to put my light on though. I'm going to stop YouTube, by the way.